We confirm
Yes,
our
sir.
appearance on behalf of the
Yeah,
state,
yeah.
my lord.
Okay.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I do confirm my appearance on behalf of Mr. Ntanzi.
Yes, sir.
As it is the court, my lord, I confirm my presence on behalf of Mr. Sibi and Mr. Meyiwa.
Right.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I still confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 4, Mr. Mapisa. I'm also standing in for my colleague, Advocate Mshalolo, in respect of accused number 5, Mr. Ndoli. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, yesterday, where did you end?
As you this is my lord, we ended at a stage where I wanted to show the witness a section 35, a document that is issued in terms of section 35 of the Constitution, which is the Notice of Rights.
So notice of what?
Notice of Rights, as well as a J50.
Is this what was the objection about, Mr. Ramusipiti?
Indeed so, my lord.
Just a statement of a notice of 5.
My lord,
Right.
it's not even just about, my lord, this document, if the court recalls very well, Mr. Ntanzi, during his evidence in chief, during cross-examination, re-examination, he says, I did not receive a notice of rights from Valeria.
Yeah, that's what he says.
The only thing that I've got is the notice of rights from Puking, and it is the one that is in my possession.
Yes.
And he said to the stage, show me the document. That document was never produced, my lord. In evidence in chief, it was never produced. In cross-examination, re-examination, it was never produced, my lord. Our simple objection is this, my lord. This is in respect of that new evidence, because it will require us as well, whether it is just a notice of rights, to also then ask for the reopening of Mr. Ntanzi's evidence again. He goes into the box and we take him again through that document again. Hence I said the rules of new evidence apply in this respect. I'm not saying the state shouldn't lead this document the way they want, but the appropriate person to lead that document through before the kernel will be Mr. Ntanzi himself. When will that happen? That will happen only if they reopen their case and take him through that. And also, like we said yesterday, explain why during all this time, during their evidence in chief, they did not confront Mr. Ntanzi with that document, because amongst others, they confronted him with the Pukeng one, which he acknowledges that I have. The Primrose one, he says, I've never seen. The other police station, he says, I've never seen, my lord. But they confronted him with all of those except this one. So this constitutes, and I submit respectfully, my lord, new evidence as the court pleases.
umbuso uyasho ukuthi inkosi enkantolo sigcine lapho ngale nkathi lela ngifuna ukuthi manje ngibonise ngofakazi lo mbile la eboxini lela phepha ke notice of rights ke ngale nkathi ke ummeli ke sukuma ke kube khona kushoyo ukuthi uRamusipili ke yebo inkosi enkantolo ke umbuso sikhumbula kahle ngale nkathi ke uNtanzi ethula ubufakazi bakhe la enkantolo uye wachaza wathi yena akazange azanikezwe yena ke notice of right lapha evilera anayo nje phela ile yasephukeni wasecala ukuthi ke umbuso ke umkhombise yona le notice of right ephuma lapha evilera kodwa azange kwenziwe lokho uRamusipili ke ngaphambi ukuthi ke lo fakazi okhona la enkantolo namhlanje ke abuzwe ngalokho imibuzo ngale notice of right funeka uNtanzi yena anikezwe ithuba kuqala kube uyena oza la eboxini kuvulwe futhi ke icase like aqale futhi manje afakaze ngalelo phepha lelo ngaphambi ukuthi ke ufakazi lokhona la enkantolo ke angabuzwa ke imibuzo ngayo ke le document yona notice of rights.
Yes, Mr. Nisis.
This is the court, my lord. I fully concur with what Mr. Ramusipili has said, but over and above that, state being administrative and then being the ones who want to embark on this procedure that we're referring to as a precarious procedure. I would love to hear from them first, and then from there I will reply.
You'd like to hear what?
I would want to hear them first, and then from there I will reply, because we still have an opportunity. We have raised an objection. They will respond.
So if your objection is, so okay, if I hear you, if your objection is not sustainable, you want to raise another objection.
No, not really so much.
What are you saying?
I am saying the state
Right.
them being the ones who want to embark on this procedure that in our view we're referring to as the previous one. I would want to hear from them first in their response and then I will reply thereafter.
Okay, yes, Mr. Muhammad.
My lord, if the document was completed by Detective Sergeant Mokhane in the
If
presence,
the document,
if the document, that is the SAP 14, that is the notice of rights.
is that the evidence, Mr. Muhammad?
I'm saying, my lord, if
What is the evidence? Because Ms. Mukhano was here in this court. I remember he was confronted with the fact that she never presented any notice of right to Mr. Ntanzi. You don't recall that evidence?
my lord, if I may be heard,
She was here.
yes, if I
And
may,
then the allegation is that Mr. Ntanzi said, show me that document.
yes, was it shown? It was not.
No, but the question is, was she, Ms. Mohano, confronted with that evidence? That you are the one who took me from wherever, Puking or Valeria, and you never gave me the Section 35 rights. The only ones you gave me was pertaining, I think, to a case in Nongoma.
He was challenging that. That is exactly that.
What
he
was the
challenging.
challenge? Yeah, fine. I want us to understand, yeah. What was the challenge?
He was challenging that the document was never produced. That is in
Which
respect
one?
of this case, in respect the SAP 14A in respect of this case.
Of this case.
The phosphorus 636 of 10/2014. So the state is now, through this witness, producing that document. So I'm saying, my lord, if the document was completed by Detective Sergeant Mohan, the person upon whose credibility that evidence relies is Detective Sergeant Mohan and not this witness.
You know what, I don't want us to beat this too far. The way I recall the evidence, the accused here appeared on the 27th, is it the 27th? In court, the first time.
For the first time on the 27th of October.
Right, and are you saying then they were never given a notice of rights after they were charged for that appearance of the 27th?
That is what he's saying.
No. Me and you are talking for the point. I just want to understand. Here are guys, they're arrested, they appear at Boxback, there are 5 of them, they come back to the cells, wherever the cells are, they are never given the rights, the Section 35 rights of appearance document. Is that your submission? Because it was not the first time they appeared in court, this gentleman, if I recall. So are you saying each and every time they appear in court, they must be given Section 36 rights?
That is what Mr. Ntanzi is saying.
Okay, fine, okay.
So
All right.
so my submission is that document, because the state concedes that it is new evidence, it cannot be.
Are they conceding that?
Yes, that was the word from the state, Mr. Advocate Sibanda, when he started
Yes.
to address on this issue,
He's
that
the- he's
it
the
wants to
advocate.
introduce new evidence.
No, fine, I hear you. They say you conceded that this is new evidence.
A new exhibit.
Oh, see, it's English. A new
Document.
exhibit and not new evidence. That's what he says.
New exhibit and new evidence, because if it is new exhibit, new evidence is going to be
Okay,
introduced
fine, you
through
can
that
argue that.
exhibit.
Are you conveying the same concept?
No, my lord. I was talking about the actual document that I wanted to confront this witness with, my lord. Not to say it's new evidence. And on that aspect, my lord, if I may then be allowed just to
Yeah, fine.
also remind the court what transpired on the 22nd of January 2024.
Wait, 22nd?
January 2024.
2024.
Yes, my lord. It's a very long paragraph by Brigadier Gininda. It was an interaction between Brigadier Gininda and Mr. Mngomezulu.
Oh,
I'll just start from line 22. Yes, there were rights that were explained prior to the execution of the J50s on accused 1 and 2. Insofar as the questioning that took place prior to the arrest, they were questioned at certain stage on the 30th, and whenever we engage them constitutional rights as prescribed and required to do so were explained to them. But insofar as arrest, my lord, and that took place in other ways, the indictment of them and the charging formally of this matter on the 26th, that was explained in terms of Section 14A as also prescribed, my lord.
Then, my lord, taking this further from what my colleague is reading, it was then convenient for the state to produce this document at that time when Brigadier Gininda was led in chief and during cross-examination. At that point, so the state is now producing that document that Brigadier Gininda says it was explained to Mr. Ndanzi on the 26th of October 2020, which you are saying therefore that at this stage the state cannot do that through the defense witness, the witness which was caused by the defense. So if Mokhane did explain the accused's rights on the 26th of October 2020, the credibility of the value, the probative value of that evidence depends on Sergeant Mokhane, not this witness.
So what are you suggesting?
To introduce that document, the state would have to make an application for the reopening of the state case. But it cannot only do that, it must tell us why this evidence was not led initially.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But the other aspect, sir, have you finished cross-examining
No, I have not finished
The-
cross-examining, my lord.
the
And,
Colonel?
no.
Because I don't recall you saying, thank you, Colonel, and then you sat down.
No, my lord.
So
I'm
you're still on the cross-examination of the Colonel.
That is correct,
You
my
guys
lord.
must also explain to the court, what should the court do?
My lord, I was still making submissions when Mr. Ngumalo addressed the court. And furthermore, my lord, the state is entitled to cross-examine the Colonel before court because the Colonel is the custodian of this document. The document that I want to confront him with was issued at Valeria. It was the evidence of this witness that he is the custodian of all the registers as the station commander of Valeria. It's not like I am confronting him with a document of an incident that happened somewhere in KZN. It happened within his own station, and he is the custodian of that document. And then furthermore, my lord, in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, Section 234, subsection 1, and I will read, it shall, at criminal proceedings, be sufficient to prove an original official document which is in the custody or under the control of any state official by virtue of his office, if a copy thereof or an extract therefrom certified as true copy or extract by the head of the department concerned or by any state official authorized thereto by such head is producing evidence in such proceedings. That is exactly our point, my lord.
Can't we go on, can't we proceed with this matter? You know, I was reading something here. They say there are certain issues which are raised, which don't make a difference to what the captain and me are discussing. They don't make a difference. You say, oh yeah, you know what? He is the custodian of the documents at Valeria. And amongst the documents at Valeria, which got onto his custody, it's the notice of rights. Is that not so?
That's correct, ma'am.
You see, I mean, really, what does it prove to me, you, him? Because it's a minor, minuscule item which doesn't decide the decision of this case. It doesn't. Does it do that, sir?
No, it does not. That's
Doesn't.
I'm just thinking, my God, as I'm sitting here, because what if then this witness was not called by the defense?
No.
How-
You see,
how are we going to
you're
know?
arguing in the negative. The colonel is here. I mean, please, man, let's proceed with this matter. How long have we been in this case? This is such a minuscule thing. Somebody is going to say, you know what? The document which the colonel has in his possession is the document of section 11. It's 33, ne? 35. But the one you put in your file is section what?
14A.
Is it 14 there?
That's correct, my lord.
Hello?
It's section 35 also.
Yeah, but
The
it's
copy-
also available as
14.
It can be 14 or 35.
Yes.
Right, then somebody is going to say, you know what? It is the section 14, which is not the section 35, which he has in his custody. But the documents mean the same thing. Are you with me? Oh, the other one, you know the color of the other one? It's blue, is that not so? And the other one is yellow. And the other one is white.
That's correct, my lord.
We can go on and on and on and on. But I'm saying this doesn't change one iota of the issues which we must prove, disprove, etc., etc., etc. So you must decide what should we do.
My lord, as it is the court, and I'm going to say this with due respect, I think we have to get some guidance from the court. Because there was an objection that was raised in respect of the process, and then we placed our argument before court, and then we request the court just to make it.
Yeah, I think we should just carry on. Carry on if you still have anything to ask the kennel.
As it is the court.
As a custody.
And then we carry on, I mean, really. Otherwise, we're going to argue about the color of documents. So,
Mrs. Malone.
Yeah.
Also, earlier, accused number 2 had his hand up.
okay, fine.
May I approach? Thank you,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I also approve that case number 3.
Here we go.
I'm not approaching anyone. I'm not approaching anyone, but I wanted to raise something, my lord.
Yeah, I want to raise something.
Yes, I'll raise my thank you.
Yeah, I know, go. It's like the South African Parliament here. And you know, Captain, I mean, Colonel, this section 33, section blah, blah, these gentlemen went to 3 different courts. And each time there's a document. But now, the primary thing, if you're a judge, are you going to say, if Mokhotleng wasn't given the document for the case of Rustenburg, but was only given the case of Nongoma, and the other one says he was only given the case of when they were talking about charging Mr. Ntanzi with possession of a firearm and bullets. Are you actually saying, having regard to all his exigencies, they did not know their rights? This is what I must decide also. You get a document, just because you didn't issue it at Orlando Stadium, you issued it at Jabavu Stadium. Therefore, even if I've read it, you did not give me notification of my rights. We're going to get into that area soon. But you know what the rights are. That's why I say we shall go on and on and on. Hey, my daughter. What's your time then?
It's 10:30.
Oh, okay, fine.
Thank you, Madam Governor. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, okay. Yes, can we start? Oh, yeah, Mr. Normally you said you wanted to say something.
My lord, I still want to be emphatic on this point.
What is?
I still want to be emphatic. I want to emphasize
I
this
thought
issue.
you guys are saying, look, I must make a ruling and then we go on.
I just wanted to emphasize.
Because my view, as I said, it proves nothing at this point. Niggas,
So,
it doesn't change who is not guilty, who is guilty, who is sick, who is going wherever. It's just a point.
even if I make this submission, in any event, it's going to be overruled
Bye.
by the court.
I don't know, but I came with all the authorities here. Can we start, sir? Yes, Mr.
As a court, this is. Good morning, Colonel Toka.
Honored advocate.
I'm going to hand you a document at this stage. And I'll request you to identify the document.
Finally, ke ngicela ukuthi ke usitshele ukuthi ke manje le phepha esikunikeze lona kuyini.
It's the same, is notice of rights in terms of the Constitution for forceful arrest case 636 of 10/2014.
Notice of right ke ngokuya ke ngamalungelo omuntu ke ala eNingizimu Afrika. Ngecala ke lase forceful arrest ke in the case number 63610 ka-2014.
And then when was it issued?
It was issued on the 26th of the 10th month, 2020,
Liye lakhishwa ke mhla ka-26 October ngo-2020.
To whom was it issued to?
It was issued through Bongani Sandiso Ndlanzi,
Lanikezwa ke yena uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Where was it issued?
it was issued at Valeria SAPS.
Unikezwe kuphi yena ke uthi lo ufakazi unikezwe ke Valeria SAPS.
And is it correct that you are the station commander of the area?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso na ukuthi ke wena ke wena station commander wase Valeria na Yebo.
And then what was the charge?
The charge is murder.
So amacala noma icala bekathuso lona bekuyini ke ucala lokubulala.
And then who issued this document?
It was issued by Sergeant Mogani.
Sergeant Mohane uyena ke owamnikeza lamaphepha.
So, I'm sorry, my lord. I'm right, my lord, it's Mogani.
Mohane.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, there were two. One was Mohane, one was Mohone.
Mkhula.
Mohula, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yebo
And,
ke
it,
walinikezwa uyena ke uSergeant Mohane.
and the time?
The time is 10 o'clock, my lord.
Isikhathi ke anikezwa ngaso ke beku 10 o'clock.
And in which language was the rights as paragraph 2 explained?
He was informed in Zulu.
Manje ke
In-
amalungelo lawo uyo wachazela ke ngoluphi ulimi. So wachazela amalungelo lawa ke ngesizulu.
Slash English, I see here they wrote slash English.
Okay, kubhalwe ukuthi isizulu futhi ke nesingisi.
And then I see just next to Constitution there on top, this SAP 14 number. Can you place that on record?
SAPS 14 number is 221 of 10/2020.
Masibheka ke inombolo ke ngicela ufunda lapha phezulu ithi inombolo ka le SAP 14. Uthi inombolo SAP 14 ke ithi 22110 ka-2014.
What does this number represent?
It represents the serial number where the suspect was.
Manje ke le nombolo lo efundile ke isho ukuthini ke inombolo lengifundile ke ikhombisa ke serial number lapho ke umsola ke ubegcine khona.
And then there's a signature or a thumbprint of detainee. Can you see that?
The signature of the detainee, I can see that, my lord.
Manje ke kune signature ke lapha kusayinde khona ke yena umuntu ovalelwe uyayibona leyo uthi yebo ke ngiyayibona.
And then there's a signature of a person who informed the detainee.
I can see that, my lord.
Futhi ngiyakubona ke nalapho ke lo umuntu ke lo ke yena ke ubetshela ke umbosha ke amalungelo akhe.
So can you tell this court in your own words, when is this document issued?
This document is issued when the suspect is arrested or is detained in the cells concerning informing him of the case that he is arrested for.
Manje ke ungatshela ke inkantolo ke ngawakho ke amagama ukuthi ke lephepha lelo liphethe kuwena ke likhishwa nini noma likhishwa makwenziwe njani. Uthi ke ufakazi ke lephepha likhishwa ke mangabe ke umsala ke sekaboshiwe ke futhi ke uyagcina ke ngaphakathi.
And then just again to buttress on this point, who is the suspect in this matter?
The suspect is the detainees, Bongani Sandiso Ndlanzi.
Manje ke ubani ke manje umsola ulecala ke lesisenza ngalo manje. Uyafunda ke ukuthi ke umsola ke uyena uBongani Ntanzi.
Okay. Now, I want us to look at the proceedings of the 26th of February 26 February, or 19 February 2026.
Manje ke ngifuna ukuthi manje sibheke manje ke okwenzeka ke ufakazi obathule enkantolo ngomhla ka 19 February ngo2026.
I would start reading from paragraph 15.
Ngizoqala ke paragraph 15.
Okay. Mr. Ngumalo, can you have cite in that form, which is the notice of rights in terms of constitution? It is SAP's S14A. It is dated 16 June 2020 in respect of the Nongoma case.
Unqumalo ke yasho umzalo unqumalo ke yasho ukuthi ke ungakhona ukuthi mhlawumbe ubhekele le paper leli lama notice of right elikhuma ke ngecala leli ke labanongoma.
Accused number 2, yes, I see it, but I was never arrested for Nongoma case. I also do not have a matter in Nongoma up to now.
Umsola ke wesibili ngalenkathi ke sekaphendule wathi yebo ke ngiyalibona lelo phepha kodwa mina ke anginalo ke icala ke ngilihambelayo kaNongoma futhi angaze ngaboshwa khona kaNongoma nganikezwa amaphepha lo kaNongoma.
Line 22, Mr. Ngomalo, in respect of this case, was there a form which is the notice of rights in terms of the constitution, the SAP 14A, which was issued in respect of this case, the murder case, Foslorus case 63610-2014?
Umnumzana uNqumalo ke aqhubeke futhi ngombuzo athi manje kunecala ke lona simele ke manje la enkantolo leli ke lase Foslorus lokubulala ke SAP 14 ke khona ke mhlambe ke amalungelo wanikezwa kulona na.
Now on page 10, line 1, accused number 2, no, my lord. The document that I am in possession is from Rustenburg.
Uma ke ephendula ke nomsola ke lo wesibili ke lokho sithola ke ku page number 10 line yoqala ke impendulo yakhe wathi ke cha ngosenkantolo mina amaphepha enginawo nje alanga wathola le eRustenburg.
So my question to you, Kenneth, is that document issued in Rustenburg?
No, my lord, it was issued in Valeria.
Manje ke umbuzo wami ke kuwena Kenneth ke lelo iphepha lelo liphethe ke lakhishwa ke erona Rustenburg na uthi cha lele ngiliphethe mina ke iphepha ikanikezwa le eValeria.
Do you know where accused number 2 was detained on the 26th of October 2020?
Uyazi mhlambe ukuthi ke umsola wesibili ke wagcina kuphi ke mhla ka 26 October ngo2020?
He was at the Valeria police station.
Ube seValeria police station.
So let me continue reading the proceedings of the 19th of February 2026. Line number 2, Mr. Ngomalo. So what are you saying? What are you saying is that there is no form which is the notice of rights in terms of the constitution, the SAP 14A, which was issued in respect of the matter of the case that is before court today.
Ngiqhubeke futhi ngiphinde ngifunde ke okwenzeka mhla ka 19 February ngo2026 lokho ke sithola ku line number 2 ke uthi komzana uNqumalo ke manje usho ukuthini usho ukuthi manje awekho amaphepha wanikezwa wona ke malana necala leli esikhuluma la enkantolo na.
Accused number 2, yes, my lord, there is none.
Umsola wesibili waphinda wathi yebo ngosenkantolo alikho nje.
Do you agree with the response that there is no document that was issued in relation to Foslorus case 636 of 10-2014, which is a notice of rights?
The document that was issued to the suspect is this one that I'm having, my lord.
Manje ke uyavumelana ke naloko akushiyo ngomsola wesibili ukuthi kalikho iphepha ke alinikezwa elama notice of right eqala lase Foslorus na uthi ufakazi iphepha alinikezwa yileli nginalo mina ngiliphethe la phambi kwami khona manje.
And then back on record, line 8, Mr. Ngomala, I am asking you this question because it is a crucial question. It contains the rights in terms of section 35 of the Constitution. That is the rights of the detained person as well as the rights of the arrested person for the alleged commission of the offense. So your answer is that it was never issued to you. Accused number 2, it was never issued.
Masiphinde siqhubeke sifunda ke kwenzakala ke ngazi 19 zika February ngo2020 ke sithola ku number line number 8 uthi umntana uNqwalo ke lo mbuzo ke ubaluleke kakhulu ke usho ukuthi ke awuzange yona uzinikezwe lelo phepha lamalungelo ngoba ke iphepha linikezwa ke abantu ababoshwayo nabagcinwa ngaphakathi na waphendula wathi ku number 2 yebo ngempela ngizange nginikezwe mina lelo phepha.
this statement accurate, that it was never issued?
It's not agreed, my lord.
Manje le statement dikashilo ke uNtanzi ukuthi azange anikeza amaphepha siyiqiniso lokho cha kusona iqiniso.
Now let's look at the proceedings of the 9th of February 2024. Just to give it more context, let's start on paragraph 5 of 4.
Masiphinde siqhubeke sibheke ke okwenzeka ngosuku ke mhla ka-9 February ngo-2024 oqala kuyona uparagraph 5 nomparagraph 4.
No, let's rather start on page 56 to just give it more background.
Masiqale ke ku-page 56 soqala ke
Paragraph
lapho aqale
21. Mr. Ramos Sipil, 26 October. Okay, no, in fact, let's start on paragraph 15. Mr. Ramos Sipil, now let us quickly go to the events of the 26, 27, and 5 March 2021.
umnumzane Mramsipili uyathi ke make masibuyele ke emuva ke sibheke ke okwenzakala ke mhla ka-26 nango-27 nange-5 zika-March 2021.
26 October 2020, do you recall that date? Evidence laid in this court is that on the 26th of October 2020, you were charged for this matter, Fosloras case 636 of 10-2014.
Wathi ke uRamsipili ke masibuyele ke kulo suku ngoba khona ufakazi okhona la nkantolo ukuthi ke ngalo suku lolu 26 ka October 2020 wathweswa ke amacala ke icala leli lase-Fosloras.
A notice of rights were given to you, warrants of arrest were served on you. Do you recall that?
Waqhubeka wathi ke wafundelwa ama-notice of right wanikeza amaphepha akhona futhi kwaba khona futhi newaranti ukuthi uboshwe yakhishwa. Sakhumbula lokho.
Paragraph 20, interpreter 26, Mr. Ramosipil on paragraph 21, Mr. Ramosipil 26 October 2020.
Umnumzane Ramsipili uthi ke mhla ka-26 October 2020.
Accused number 2, this is important. My lord, I do not remember that as I was charged on the 16th of June, I was arrested at that point. I was never charged on 26 October. 26 October?
Naku futhi okubalulekile ke manje accused number 2 makaphendula uthi ke inkosi enkantolo ke mina ke ngaboshwa ke mhla ka-16 June ke angizange ke ngiboshwe mhla ka-26 October.
So, Colonel, my question to you is, does that document in front of you bears the date of the 16th of June?
It does not bear the 16th of June, my lord. It's only the 26th.
Manje Colonel ke liphepha leli phambi kwakho leli ke libhale ke mhlambe ke 16 of June.
16 of June.
16 zika June na. Uthi ke uKolonel cha ke alivezi ke le 16 lezika June.
I was informed by Mukhale that I've been charged for the matter of Senzo because, my lord, even when he opened the cells, when he went there, there was a desk and he had documents which he then placed them down and informed me that I am being charged for the matter of Senzo in Fosloras.
Uthi ke na ke umsola wesibili ke uye watshelwa ke uMukhale ukuthi ke yena ke uboshela amacala leli ke lelika Senzo ke uthi ngale nkathi futhi eza lapha emaseleni ke uye wavula phakathi kwamaseli ke bekhona ke tafule futhi ke bekhona ke amaphepha la bewaphethe wawathatha ke lawo maphepha lawa sowabeka ke phezulu kwetafula.
I showed you a document yesterday similar to the one that is in front of you yesterday. Do you remember?
I remember, my lord.
Uyakhumbula ke ukuthi izolo ke khona lenye iphepha ke ngakhombisa lona elifana nalo leli elaphambi kwakho namhlanje usakhumbula konke lokho uthi yebo ke usakhumbula lokho.
Let me assist you with a copy. It's exhibit LL1. That is the document that I showed you yesterday.
Lona ke le phepha lengakhombisa lona ke izolo leli.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo nkosi enkantolo.
Does that exhibit LL1 make any reference to Fosloras case 636 of 10-2014?
Which case number, ma'am?
The Nongoma, the one that I just gave to you now. The Nongoma, exhibit LL1.
Yes. It's only non-commerce case 163 of 10/2018.
And the charge?
Iveza ke icala ke laka Nongoma case ka 2018
163 of 10,
case number 163 of 10
2018.
2018.
Does it make any reference to the first Laura's case?
There's no reference for Foslorus case on this one.
Cha kulena ke ayikhuluma indawo ke ngicala lesefoslorus.
Now, going back to the record now, is this statement accurate that on the 16th of June he was charged for the first Laura's case or the Senzo Meyiwa case? If you look at that exhibit LL1,
On the 16th, according to this exhibit, he was charged for non-commerce case.
Manje ke masibuyele futhi kulama record yasecourt ke kuloko kwachazwa enkantolo ke le phepha oluphethe kuwena ke liyasho ukuthi ke mhlambe nge-16 zika June ke yena ke uyowathwasa amacala la icala sefoslorus ke noma ke icala kaSenzo Meyiwa uthi cha ke liveza ke icala lelo kaNongoma.
now on paragraph 4, on still the proceedings of 9 February 2024 on page 57, Mr. Ramusipile, now are you done, say? Accused to, and my lord, what surprised me is that why was I not given a document that looks similar to that one which I was charged for possession of ammunition in Northwest? Because the document that looks like this one, I do not have for this particular matter.
Manje ke Ramusipile umzana Ramusipile sekaqhubeka ke sithola lokhu ke ngale ngathi nge-9 February 2024 ngale ngathi embuzo ukuthi soqedile ke mnumzana wathi ke Nkosi enkantolo ke ukungimangazayo ukuthi ke kungani ngale ngathi ke bengicharge labangazange banginike lamaphepha lafana nalawa engawanikezwa ngale ngathi ngithwesa ke amacala ke lawa ke utholakala nendlamvu lapha eNorthwest.
So my question to you, is that new exhibit that I gave it to you today issued to Mr. Bongani Ntanzi,
The one
the
for
first Laura's case?
Foslorus case, it was issued to Mr. Glazi at our station, my lord.
Manje imibuzo ukuthi ke le phepha lenikezwe lona ke iphepha lanikezwa uNtanzi na uthi ke lanikezwa ke uNtanzi station sethu.
And you also testified before this court that these documents are issued in triplicate. Can you explain again how are they dispatched individually?
Okay, the first one, which is the original, will be given to the suspect. The second one will be attached in the docket, and the one that is, the other one will remain in the book, in the register.
Uye wachaza ngaphambilini wathi ke lamaphepha ke alihambi lodwa ke ahamba nje amathathu ke kodwa ayafana wonke. Uthi loqala ke elingaphezulu elu-original ke lonikezwa yena umsolwa, elesibili lifakwe ke ku-docket, elesithathu ke livele lifakwe lapha ku-register.
So you do confirm that this document was issued to the detainee?
That's correct, my lord.
Manje ke yavuma ukuthi ngempela le phepha lesiphethe la lanikezwa yena ke umuntu oboshiwe uthi yebo kunjalo Nkosi enkantolo.
Thank you. Now, let's proceed now back to the record proceedings of the 9th of February 2024, page 57, paragraph 11, Mr. Ramusipile. And that document that you referred to, what is it for? What does that say? Accused number 2, this is a notice of rights which I was given that if within 48 hours I do not appear before a magistrate, and then the matter will be removed from the roll. But for this matter, I do not have. I'm very much shocked, my lord, that I was arrested in October. Now my question is, what was I being arrested for on the 16th of June?
That was too long, can I just...
Please repeat it.
Manje futhi masiqhubeka futhi ke umntana Ramusipile ke makambuza ke uthi ke manje ke le phepha lelo khuluma ngalo iphepha elini lelo ke uthi ke i-notice of right ke Nkosi enkantolo lengayinikezwa lapho ichaza khona ukuthi ke uma ngabe ke ngaze kudlule ke amahora ngaba 48 hours ke ngazange ngime phambi kweNkosi enkantolo lecala ke lizosuswa ke emacaleni akhona ke enkantolo kodwa ke for lecala leli ke anginalo lelo phepha lelo uthi futhi ngiyamangala Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi ke mina ngaboshwa ke ngo-October. Manje umbuzo wami ukuthi ke bengiboshelwe ini ke ngale ngathi ngiboshwa ke nge-16 zikaJune.
Now, using those two documents in front of you, let's assist to answer these questions now. What was the accused person arrested for on the 16th of June and in which case number?
On the 16th of June, he was arrested for murder for non-coma, case 163 of 10/2018.
Manje ke masibheka ke konke lokho engikushilo ke lamaphepha leli ke sicela usitshele ukuthi ke manje ke umsolo lo uboboshelwe liphi icala ke nge-16 zikaJune ke uthi kofakazi icala lokubulala ke lakaNongoma icase yakhona ku-163/10 ka-2018.
And then on the 26th of October 2020,
On the 26th of October 2020, he was arrested for murder for Fosloras case 363 of 10/2014.
Manje ke ngomhla ka-26 October 2020 yona uthi ngomhla ka-26 October 2020 ke uboshelwe icala ke leli ke lokubulala ngecala lase-Fosloras ke case ku-363/10 ka-2014.
I also want to show you Exhibit EE before this court. It's an original. This is a J15 from Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Ngithanda ukuthi ngikhombise futhi ke i-charge sheet ke ebiwa ke e-Magistrate Court.
Accused number 2 there. Can you place the name of the accused person on record?
The name of the accused is number
On
2.
that page, yes.
Is Bongani Sandiso Ndlanzi.
Ngicela ufundele phezulu ke erekhodini ke igama lomsolo wesibili ke ovela kulamaphepha lawo ke uyafunda ufakazi ukuthi ke uBongani Sandiso Ndlanzi.
Date of arrest?
The date of arrest is 26 of 10/2020.
Ngicela usitshele futhi ke usuku ke aboshwa ngalo uthi ufakazi ke mhla ka-26 October ngo-2020.
And then station and case?
Fosloras case 636 of 10/2014.
Station ke Fosloras futhi ke nombolo yakhona u-636 ka-10 ka-2014.
Date of first appearance? They're on top, on the right side.
Is 27 of the 10th month 2020.
Isuku ke loqala ke yavela ngale nkantolo kwaba yi-27 zika-October ngo-2020.
Does the date of arrest as per the J15 accord with the notice of rights in terms of the Constitution?
Yes, it corresponds with the date of
Yebo kunjalo.
arrest.
Kunjalo ukuthi ke lamaphepha lawo ke avela ku-charge sheet ke ayahambisana i-date yakhona iyahambisana nalevela lapha kulama notice of right.
Does the name of the detainee in terms of the section 14A notice of rights accord with what is appearing on that charge sheet?
Thank you. The notice of rights does not have to do anything with the dates of arrest. The notice of rights does not have to do anything with the dates of arrest. The notice of rights says that the rights were explained on the 26th of October 2020. It doesn't have to do anything with the dates of arrest.
Yeah, but if it coincides with that date, what happens? You can be arrested today and you can be given the notice of rights today, or even vice versa.
No, we can take it later on, but
Hello?
I will take it later on, but my understanding, it has nothing to do with the arrest. It has to do with when the rights were explained.
Yes, you are right. I'm saying if it coincides with that date also, do you just ignore it?
That is not my understanding
Okay,
of
fine.
the
All right.
process. Thank you.
Mnumzane uNxumalo ke uyasukuma la enkantolo uthi ke ngosenkantolo ke khona ke isikhalazo enginaso ke i-notice of right ke ayisho lutho ke ngokuboshwa noma usuku lokuboshwa lo muntu oboshwe ngalo ngosenkantolo uthi ngosenkantolo kodwa mangabe ke notice of right ke nalo ukuboshwa khona ke kuyahambisana ke kwenzeka ngosuku olufanayo mhlawumbe uboshwa khona namhlanje atshela futhi ama-right namhlanje ke noma ke kube i-vice versa na uthi kodwa uNxumalo ke mina ngokwazi kwami ke angazi ukuhamba kanjalo ke i-notice of right ayisho lutho ke ngokuboshwa noma usuku umuntu lo aboshwa ngalo.
Yes, God, please. Sir, I know you have testified about this. When is this document usually issued to a detained person?
It is issued the same time when the suspect is arrested and brought into the cell.
Mnumzane ngiyazi ukuthi ke lo ufakazi ke uyakuthula enkantolo kodwa ngicela ukuthi usiphindele futhi usitshele ukuthi ke manje ke lamaphepha lawo notice of right kahle kahle ke anikezwa nini ke lo muntu oboshwe ukuthi ufakazi ke ngalo lona losuku lo laboshwa ngalo unikezwa bona nama notice of right.
Thank you. Still on exhibit. Can the court just give us a bit of indulgence? Yes. That is part of exhibit EE. Can you identify that document?
This document is the permission to place the suspect at various SABC cells.
Manje ke le maphepha enginika wona nayo munye ke ufakazi exhibit EE ungasitshela ukuthi ke lisho ukuthini lo phepha phethe na uthi ke le phepha ke liphepha ke elicela ke imvume yokuthi ke umsolwa ke mhlawumbe agcinwe lapha ke Valeria police station.
And then, in respect of which case?
In respect of Foslorus case 636 of 10/2014,
Ngokuya ke ngeyiphi case ke uthi ke case yase Foslorus ke u63610 ka2014.
And then who is the suspect?
suspect is Bongani Ndanzi.
Umsolwa ke uBongani Ntanzi.
And then who is the investigating officer?
Investigating officer was Colonel B.N. Gininda.
Umsphenyi wecala ke bekuColonel P.A. Gininda.
And the date of the letter?
The date of the letter was the 27th of October 2020.
Futhi ke incwadi ke le ifike ke ngo27 October ngo2020.
And then who signed that letter?
I have signed, this letter was signed by myself.
Mina futhi ke ngasayinda futhi ke le ncwadi.
You still recall the events that led to you signing that document?
The investigating officer did request if there is a space for him to place the suspect at my station. Then I recommended that there is a space, then you have to make an application to the court that the senior prosecutor that the suspect must be brought to my station.
Manje ke usakhumbula ke ukuthi ke kwenzakalani ukuthi ke kuze kube ngifike kule ncwadi leke uthi ke investigating officer umphenyi wecala ke uye wacela ukuthi engibuze ukuthi ke nayo indawo na ukuthi ke angagcina ke umsolwa ke ngase ngitshela ngathi yebo indawo ikhona kodwa kufuneka kwenze kufuneka abhale incwadi ke ayise kumshushisi ke acele ke leyo mvumo.
Thank you. I want to show you another document that I would like you to identify.
Ngizothanda ukukhombisa futhi ke elinye incwadi engathanda ukuthi ke usitshele ukuthi ke yona iyini futhi uthini.
This is application under Section 43 of Act 51 of 1977 for warrant of arrest.
leli ke ngiliphethe manje ke sicelo ke sokuthi kukhishwe ke iwarrant ukuthi ke aboshwe.
Yeah.
I still don't understand why the state is traversing on issues that were never raised in the evidence in chief of this witness. Really, I don't understand. We are now in the warrant of arrest. That this witness has nothing to do with the warrant of arrest, which was issued to any of the accused person. Thank you.
Mr. Senior.
Umntwana unqumalo ke uyasukuma uthi ke nkosonkantolo namanje futhi angizwisisi kahle hle ukuthi manje kungani manje umbuso soqala manje futhi phansi ke uvusa ezinye izinto lezi ufakazi lomela inkantolo ke angazange zakhuluma ngazo khona manje ke umbuso sokukhuluma ke indaba ke ama warrant of arrest into angazange zakhuluma ngayo ngale nkathi ke ufakazi lo eqala ke ufakazi bakhe.
What's the response? They say you are not.
My Lord, I thought the witness is under cross-examination. The state is entitled to ask this witness on anything that is on record. And the issue of warrants of arrest, my Lord, it was traversed before this court by Mr. Mngomezulu for accused number 1 and 2 in 2023, my Lord.
Ninda.
And Gininda. And at some stage, my Lord, these warrants of arrest were even shown to, in fact, Mr. Mngomezulu even offered a copy to Brigadier Gininda to comment, my Lord. So I do not see why is there such an objection, my Lord. It is important for this witness to comment because there is a notice of right that was issued. So I wanted to just backtrack a bit and check how was the accused person arrested. That's it, my Lord. It is a document that can assist. And it also makes reference of Valeria as well. Yes, good, please.
What's your time there?
It's 11:04, my Lord.
Nkosonkantolo ke mina ngibona inkinga ngoba lofakazi la inkantolo ke umela inkantolo ukuthi azokwazi ukubuza imibuzo ke ngakho konke okwenzela uMngomezulu ummeli ka accused number 1 number 2 waze wakhipha futhi nekhophi ekhombisa yena uGininda ke la le warrant of arrest.
Okay.
Please.
11.
As the court pleases, my lord. Before I proceed, I request to beg leave from the court just for 10 to 15 minutes, stand down. There's a document that we are trying to trace with my colleague, my lord. We're about to, when the court walked in, we're about to request the assistance of the registrar just to inform the court that we can resume after 10 or 15 minutes, my lord.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, the court, please. as a court, please, my lord, thanks for the indulgence, my lord. As a court, please, my lord, we're at the stage where Advocate Numalo wanted to address the court. I'm not sure if he still wishes to address the court when we adjourned.
Yeah, what about it?
Okay.
I was daydreaming because I never wanted to address the court on
You
any
never wanted
aspect.
to?
No.
Yeah, I thought I was also
Okay, let's
getting
proceed.
old because I never heard you say it.
You were busy identifying that document in front of you.
That's correct, my lord.
Kulokhu busy manje ngisitshela ukuthi le phepha liphambi kwakho liyini uthi ufakazi yebo ke Nkosi enkantolo.
And then can you proceed to place the police station on record?
Executed at,
No, no.
The court, but we do not know what document is. The witness is only asked to identify the document before you. Yes, I do. What that document is, we don't know.
Okay, proceed.
Umzali Mnisi ke uthi ke Nkosi enkantolo kodwa ke asazi ukuthi manje le phepha leli likhuluma ngayo yini ngoba manje ufakazi uyabuza ukuthi ke manje ke lokho kuphethe kuyini kodwa asazi nathi ukuthi ke ukhuluma ngani.
Before the short adjournment, did you not identify that document as a warrant of arrest?
I did so, my lord.
Manje ngaphambi ukuthi ke mhlambe ke thathe ke i-break kancane ke awuzange uzobeka la enkantolo ukuthi le phepha lelo liphethe liyi-warrant of arrest na uthi yebo kunjani Nkosi enkantolo.
As the court pleases, my lord, the document is before court as Exhibit AA3. It was attached to the affidavit of the investigating officer, Brigadier Ginenda, dated 19 September 2022, in opposition to bail application by Mr. Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi. It is Annexure BNG2.
Uyabeka ke mshishisi ukuthi ke lelo phepha likhuluma ngalo ke lu annexure AA3 ela belihambisana ne-affidavit ke le eyenzwa uyena ke umphenyi wecala ke umzana Gilinda ngale nkathi ke umzana Ntanzi ke efaka ke isicelo sebeyili.
And then we can see the handing up of these documents on the 20th of March 2026 on page 5.
Futhi ke lama phepha ke afaka ke ngepage ka March ngo-2026 thola lapho ke ku page 5.
Thank you. Now let us proceed now in identifying this document. Let's start there on top on the left. Police station.
The police station is Fosloras, my lord.
I-police station ke evelayo ke lana ke ithi Fosloras.
And then the case number.
Case number is 636 of 10/2014.
Inombolo yakhona ke u-63610 ka-2014.
Name.
Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Igama elivelayo ke uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Address.
Address is unknown.
I-address ke ayaziwa.
Gender.
Gender is male.
Umuntu wesilisa.
Age.
Age is 30.
Iminyaka yakhe u-30.
Thank you. And And then let's start where application is hereby made to the issue of.
Application is here made for the issue of warrant for the arrest of Bongani Sandiso Ndlanzi
Isicelo ke lesi senziwa ke ukuthi ke kukhishwe ke iphepha ke eligunyaza ukuthi ke lona uBongani Mntanzi aboshwe
On which charges?
on the charge of murder, armed robberies,
cala lokubulala nokubamba inkunzi uhlomile.
And then let's start that being from information. Just underneath murder, where it's typed.
You are here by direct to arrest him and to bring him before the lower court at Boksbeek Magistrate Court.
Yagunyazwa ukuthi ke umbophe noNtanzi umlethe futhi ke inkantolo yaseBoksburg.
Let me just give you the section. Where we might.
There being from information taken up upon oath, a reasonable suspicious that he or she committed the alleged offense on or about the 26th of day of October, year 2014, in the district of Vosloorus.
Futhi ke
I'm having a problem, my lord, as to why this information, which is contained in this warrant of arrest, is introduced through this witness. Really, honestly, I'm failing to understand because Sergeant Mokhane was here all along, Brigadier Gininda was here. Now that the state finds this opportune time to introduce this, it introduces through this witness, who was at Venheria, I suppose, on that day, who has nothing to do with investigations of this matter. Thank you.
umzana unqumalo ke uthi ke kwesenkantolo namanje ke engisazibuza ukuthi kahle kahle kungani ukuthi ke konke lokhu manje ke kuvezwe kulofakazi lo ke uSergeant Mokhane bekhona zonke lesikhathi noGininda bekhona yibona abantu ke bekumele uthembe ke balona babuze ke ngakho lokho ke ngoba yena nofakazi omela inkantolo namhlanje ke yena umuntu nje oyewezwa kuthiwa ube bengaseyena umuntu oyilungu labantu ke abaphenyayo kuleli cala leli.
And above that, it is also very unclear as to what information would the state want to siphon from this witness that would be of assistance to this court in respect of a document where that is before court that was apparently executed or that was made in the absence of this witness, because it's not even been indicated as to whether this witness, when this whole document that we'll be busy with, it was part of its making or not. This is just a follow-up to the objection by Advocate Umar.
Nami ke ngiphinde ngibeke eshe ke umzana uMnisi ukuthi ke akuzwakali kahle hle ukuthi kahle kahle umbuso uzama ukuthola ini ke kulofakazi lo yipi ke ufakazi noma information ke abazama ukuthola ke ngoba ke manje ke lona namaphepha lawa ke enzwe nayo ufakazi lo engekho ngalenkathi ke ebhala lamaphepha kahle kahle umbuso ke yini lokhu ke abafuna ukuthola kulofakazi.
Also, my God, on top of that, I don't think it is in dispute that there was a warrant of arrest that was executed in the state of this case. So to leave the evidence again and again and again, we'll end up with 200,000 pages of the record. Thank you.
Futhi ke ngosenkantolo ke angicabangi nokuthi ke kuyokwaba khona mhlawumbe ukuphikisana malana nokuthi ke ngempela iphepha ke ligunyaza ukuthi aboshwe ke kuyaphikisana ngakho lokho.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi, I mean, Mr.
As a please, my lord, in light of what they've just said, that it's not in dispute that there was a warrant of arrest and it was executed, meaning it's no longer in dispute that accused number 2 was arrested, my lord. Because from the evidence, is that accused number 2 was never arrested on first arrest case 636 of 10/2014. So let's proceed, sir. At least we make
Manje ke
progress.
njengoba ke basho nabo ukuthi ke manje akuphikiswana ukuthi ke kuyokuphuma incwadi ke egunyaza ukuthi umsola wesibili aboshwe ukuthi ngamagama futhi ke abaphikisi noma abaphikisi ukuthi ke yena umsola lo wesibili ke waboshwa ngalicala leli lase Phosphorus.
But was it disputed before that?
That is correct, my lord.
Is it?
That accused number 2 was arrested on this matter, yes. He said he was arrested on this first arrest case 636 of 10/2014 on the 16th of June 2020 in Pretoria North. So I'm trying to show to this court that he was only arrested on this matter on the 26th of October 2020, my lord.
Okay.
Baye baphikisa ukuthi yena umsola ke lo wesibili ke waboshwa ke mhla ka-16 June ngo-2020 Pretoria North ke mina engikwenzayo ukuzama ukuthi ngikhombise inkantolo ukuthi ke yebo yena waboshwa ke ngalolo suku.
The state has just shot itself on the feet. The state says accused number 2 was arrested in respect of this case on the 26th of October 2020. Then if accused number 2 was arrested in respect of this case on 26th October 2014, 2020, what was the purpose of driving him to where he was working, taking him down to Carltonville, to Rustenburg to go and look for a hoodie? What was the purpose of that mission if he was not arrested in respect of this case?
Nkosi inkantolo ngendlela engibona ngayo ke umbuso ke manje ke usidubula ke enyaweni ngoba ke uma ke umbuso uthi ke umsola wesibili waboshwa kule cala leli ke mhla ka-26 October ngo-2020 ke manje ke bekuyini izathu ukuthi manje ke bamthathe ke bamise khona lapha eCarltonville bamise futhi ke nase-Rustenburg.
My lord, the evidence of the arresting officer, Sergeant Mokhane, is clear that when they first arrested the accused person on the 16th of June 2020, he was arrested on the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018, and in this witness confirmed by that notice of rights, and then he was questioned, taken to Carltonville, and the evidence speaks for itself, my lord. But he was formally charged and arrested on first arrest case 636 of 10/2014 on the 26th of October on the strength of the J50 warrant of arrest.
Is that not being admitted?
But the admission came from Mr. Ngoma. It's not in dispute that it was executed, my lord. It only happened just when I'm busy with this witness.
I was talking on procedural matters. It's not in dispute that there was an application for a warrant of arrest. That is what I'm saying. So to repeat it back again, Brigadier Gininda told this court, we know that very well, that there was an application for a warrant of arrest which was made on the 23rd of October 2020. That is what Brigadier Gininda is saying. So to go back again on such matters through this witness, it's a waste of time, really.
Umbuso ke naye abena ukuthi uSergeant Mokhane ke wabeka la inkantolo ukuthi ke yena ke umsola lo waboshwa mhla ka-16 June 2021 for icala leli labanongoma ke leli lase-Phosphorus ke wachazwa ke formally ke nge-26 ka-October ke athi ke unqumalo ke kodwa nkosi inkantolo ke mina engakusho ngiye ngathi ke asinayo inkinga ukuthi futhi asiphikisana ukuthi ngempela ke incwadi ke egunyaza ukuthi umsola wesibili aboshwe uyawakhipha ke uGininda uyawakutshela lokho ecourt ngale nkathi ke thula ufakazi nge-23 ka-October ukuthi siphinde futhi sibuyele emuva futhi sibheke khona lapho futhi hayi mosha isikhathi.
So what do you want to show through the colonel
That is
here?
fine, my lord. If the J50 is not in dispute, Kenneth, let me just borrow you my copy because I've highlighted these questions. Give me that one. Yeah. Where I've highlighted there, can you please that on record, then we can move on from this document? Where I've highlighted there in the middle of the page.
Executed at Valeria Subs by Sergeant Morano and constitutional right explained on the on 2020/10/2026 at
Thank you.
about 10 o'clock.
20/10/2026.
Yeah, 2020/10/2026.
Uyabeka ke ufakazi ukuthi ke lokhu ke pampepha la ke akhishwa lapha eValeria uyena ke uSergeant Mohane ke usuku ku-26 ka-October ngo-2020.
Thank you. Can I have that document back? Just let's conclude on this aspect. Have you, in your 38 years career, ever executed a warrant of arrest?
I never executed a warrant of arrest in my career.
Manje ke ekusebenzeni kwakho ke 38 years yonke ke usebenzile wena ke waphuma ke mhlambe ke wayobopha ke lo muntu ekhishele lelo gunya ke incwadi ukuthi aboshe ukuthi cha ngikaze ngakwenza lokho.
Does the section 14A in front of you, the Phosphorus case, also accord the explanation of rights in front of you? The date and time accords with the execution of this warrant?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo ke i-section 14 ke le eqala le phosphorus ke lesithuma ngalo ke kuyi-notice yama-rights ke iyahambelana nayo ke le yaphepha leli ke lakhishwa ligunyaza ukuthi komsola wesibili aboshwe.
Now, taking together Exhibit AAA 3, Annexure B and G2, as well as that notice of rights dated 26 October 2020, are you able to tell exactly when did the arrest of accused number 2 take place, when and where?
It was executed at Valeria on the 26th of the 10th month 2020 at about 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Manje ke masobheka ke amaphepha lapha ngakho ke exhibit AAA3 nayo ke amalungelo kwakhe ke lawa ke anikeza ngo-26 ka-October ngo-2020 ngakhona ukutshela ukuthi ke mhlambe ke umsola lo wesibili waboshwa nini futhi kuphi ke uthi ke lapha eValeria futhi ke usuku ku-26 ka-October ngo-2020.
Now, let's go to the record now. We've concluded on that section of the evidence. Now, let's look at the proceedings of the 9th of February 2024 on page 67, paragraph 20. Mr. Ramosipil, if I may check, my lord, if I may be given few seconds to, sorry, I want to touch on this aspect. Now, evidence has been led to this court through OB entries from all police stations that you were held from Pretoria North, Maud, Valeria, and Primrose, and according to the entries, whenever you were booked in and out, last notation on the entry will be no visible injuries observed. Have you heard that evidence?
Manje ke masibheke ufakazi ke obathula la enkantolo mhla ka-9 February ngo-2024 sithola lokhu ke ikhasi number 67 ke lapho kumzana uRamsipili ke kuyena ke okuza imibuzo ke uthi ke nkosenkantolo uma nganikezwa ithubanyana athi chacha ke nkosenkantolo uma sibheka ke konke kuwabhala kuma OB ke ama police station lawa ahanjiswa kuwona sikhuluma ngePretoria North sikhuluma ngeValeria sikhuluma futhi nangePrimrose ke konke lapho kulaba question kubhalwe phansi ukuthi ke akukho ukulimala ke uze unakho noma ubunakho ukubonakalayo.
The record proceeds on page 68. And then on paragraph 2, page 68, proceedings of the 9th of February 2024, accused 2. Yes, I had such evidence, my lord. And then paragraph 3, Mr. Ramosipile. Now, whenever you were booked, did the person booking you be it Mabena, Mohane, were they accompanied by a police officer in uniform, say for example at Pretoria North, who will make the notation on the book in your presence that you never had any visible injuries?
Wasephendula ke umsola wesibili wathi ke ngikuzwile lokho ngosenkantolo ngalenkathi kushiwe enkantolo waqhubeka umzana uRamsipilo wathi ke manje ngalenkathi ke wena mhlambe ke soyiswa kulabo police station ke uMabhena naye ke eMohane ke bebanalo ke mhlambe iphoyisa eligqoke uniform ke elihamba nabo elizobhala ke konke ke encwadini.
Thank you, sir. And then the response from accused number 2, no, my lord.
Wasephendula wathi cha Nkosi enkantolo.
Are
Umsola
you,
wesibili.
are you following?
I'm following my lord.
Yebo ke ngisalandela.
Then I've got the following questions. Does this accord with the South African Police Services standing orders?
No, it does not accord to the standing orders.
Saqhubeka nembuzo manje ke lokho konke akubekile ke kuyahambisana ke nemithetho nominigomo ke yala eNingizimu Afrika ke efuneka kusetshenzwe ngayo. Uthi ufakazi cha kuhambisana.
Does it ever happen at Valeria?
It never happens in the area, my lord.
Kuke kwayenzeka manje lokhu ke eVileria na uthi ke ufakazi cha kaze nje kwenzeka lokho kunje eVileria.
Is it correct what is being said by accused number 2?
That's not correct, my lord.
Manje ke lokho kusho umsolo wesibili ke kuyiqiniso na uthi ka ufakazi cha kusilona iqiniso lelo.
Now, let's stay with page 68 of the 9th of February 2024. Mr. Ramosipil, okay. There's also evidence that was led through OB entries that cell visits were conducted on a regular basis according to the gentleman that testified here. The last time I forgot his name from then court Swanepoel. Mr. Ramosip, okay, you can interpret, ma'am.
Masiqhubeke futhi ke lapho saselapho ku page 68 ngosuku 9 February ngo2024 ngalenkathi Mr. Ramosipela athi okay kulungile manje ke khona umfakazi obukhona la ubusla inkantolo ke uphuma kuona incwadi lezama OB okhombisa ukuthi ke ama sele ke lo vakashela ngase zonke ngiyangakhohle ke naye umuntu lo ubesho lo kwathi inkosi inkantolo ukhuluma ngoPule
Swanepoel,
Swanepoel.
thank you. Do you know Colonel Swanepoel?
He was the station commander of Pretoria.
Uyamazi ke yena ke umnjane ke Swanepoel uthi yebo ku station commander sase Pretoria Mort.
So now, let's do the following. Does this accord with the South African Police Services standing orders regarding hourly regular visits or cell visits?
That's correct, my lord.
Manje masiqhubeka manje lokhu ke engishilo khona manje kuyahambisana ke ngendlela ke kusetshenzwa ngayo ke ngokuvakashela ke ama cell ke hora nohora uthi yebo kunjani.
So you're saying what Swanepoel said is correct regarding cell visits?
That's correct, my lord.
Manje uthini uthi lokho kusho Swanepoel ke bekuyiqiniso mayelana ke nodaba ke lama lokuvakashela emaseleni uthi yebo kunjalo Nkosi enkantolo.
Okay, Mr. Ramosipile continues. Swanepoel from Silverton, that according to the instructions, our leave cell visits are conducted to inspect prisoners and, cells and cell conditions. Do you recall any of such cell visits being done on the cell that you were held in Pretoria North?
Umntana Ramosipila aqhubeka ukuthi umntana Swanepoel ke waseSilverton ke mayelana ke nokuvakashela amasela nokuthi amasela asesimene esinjani usakhumbula ukuthi ke kuye kwenziwa lokho lapha ePretoria North na.
Can you, Colonel, tell the court that do these standing orders, South African police orders, standing orders apply to all the police stations in South Africa?
It applies to all the police stations.
Manje ke Colonel ngicela ungitshele ke le migomo ke esetshenziswayo ukuthi kufanele kuthi njani ke isebenza kuwo wonke ama police station akhona la eNingizimu Afrika na uthi ke Colonel yebo kunjalo Nkosi enkantolo.
Accused true, my lord, there were no cell visit. The only time where I was questioned if I had a complaint, I started seeing that in Rustenburg. I'll stop here.
Makaphendula ke umsolo ukuthi umsolo wesibili uthi Nkosi enkantolo cha bewangavakashela amaseli ke isikhathi owenza khona lokho nje phela nakathi laphana mina ke eRustenburg.
Is it accurate that there are no cell visits at the cells in South Africa, be Valeria, Pretoria North, Mort?
It's not accurate, my lord.
Cha ke akusilona iqiniso ukuthi ke amasela wavakashelwa ke kubangawo ke ama police station lawo eVileria nePretoria North.
Can you tell the court what happened? What?
I don't know where the state is getting the supposition from that there's an allegation that there are no cell visits in South Africa. I don't know, is he trying to, where does he get that from?
I thought I heard it from.
According to what Mr. Ntanzi said, from what he's reading there, Mr. Ntanzi says, I never had cell visitations at Fileria and the place that I mentioned there. I only started to have cell visitations at Rustenburg. But the state is asking this witness, is it correct that there are no cell visitations in South Africa?
Yes, Mr.
Which does not come from Mr. Ntanzi, man.
Yaba ke mnumzane mnisi uthi ke ngosenkantolo ke angiqondi ukuthi ke umbuzo ke lo mbuzo lo usho ukuthini ngawamathi ke amasele ke awavakashela eNingizimu Afrika yonke ngoba ke ngokuya ngalokho umbuso akufundile khona manje ke umbuso ufunde ukuthi ke uNtanzi uthe ngale nkathi laphana ke eValeria ke azange kube khona ke ukuvakashela kwamasele kodwa ngale nkathi eseRustenburg ke kuyenzeka lokho.
Can you tell the court what happened during the cell visits?
During the cell visit, the member who is visiting the cells, we will check if their constitutional right or all the constitutional rights are in position, and that they have been informed of the reason why they are in the cells. If they have any complaints relating to whatever might arise while they are in the cells, and if they are still all in order in those premises, my lord.
Manje ke khona ngasitshela ukuthi manje ke yini izathu ukuthi kube khona ke ukuvakashela amaseleni nawo uyachaza ufakazi ukuthi ke izathu ukuthi ke manje ke lo vakashela amasele ke kufanele abheke ukuthi ke konke kusesimene emaseleni lawo avakashelayo nokuthi ke lo muntu ongaphakathi konikeziwe amalungelo wakhe ama-rights nokuthi ke manje futhi ke utshele nokuthi ke kuyini izathu lapha emaseleni ke nokuthi futhi ke mhlambe ke anazo ke isikhalazo.
Even at Khoshi Mampuru, I continue to read now. Even at Khoshi Mampuru, my lord, they do such. They come and ask if you have any complaint or you are sick. I have never seen such treatment at the police stations.
Uthi ke manje phezulu la eqhubeka lapha uthi ke ngosenkantolo ke naseKhoshi Mampuru ke bayakwenza lokho ukuthi ke beze bazobuza ukuthi ke konke sahamba ngesimo noma ke mhlambe yagula kodwa ke ama police station ke azange ngibone lokho kwenzeka.
What is your comment regarding the visits at the police
At the
stations?
police station, we are also asking them if there is any complaints from them that must bring to our attention.
Nasema police station ngosenkantolo ke siyahamba ke siyobabuza ukuthi ke mhlambe ke banazo ke izikhalazo ke banazo.
Is the statement accurate in light of the standing orders?
It's not in accordance, my lord.
Istatement esekasenzile ke asabisani ke ngendlela ke isipesa ke kusetshenzwa ngayo.
Okay, now let's proceed to the 8th of February 2024 on page 61. Paragraph number 11. Okay, let's start on paragraph 5 to give it a bit of context. Mr. Ramosipili, now, before that, let me cut it here and track back a bit. You are now booked at the police station. Did you notify any of the police officers, the cell master, anyone at that police station that you have just been assaulted by the people that brought you to that police station?
Masiphinde siqhubeke futhi ke lapha ke kulofakazi ke bathule enkantolo mhla ka-8 February ngo-2024 ikhasi ke ku-61 ke masiqala paragraph 5 ke ngale nkathi ke umnumzane Ramosipili ke kuyena ke ubuza imibuzo uthi ke uRamosipili ke masiphinde sibuyele emuva kancane ngale nkathi ke ufakwa lapha emaseleni ke lapha epolice station ke uye wazama mhlawumbe ukukhume naye ucell master ke umtshela ukuthi wena ushayiwe noma ke ulinyazwe lamaphoyisa la akulethile khona lapho na.
Accused number 2, my lord, the police stations do not function the same or do not do the same things.
Makaphendula ukuthi ke ngosenkantolo ama-police station ke awasebenzi ngokufana noma ke awenzi izinto ke ezifanayo.
There in at Pretoria North, no one ever came to me, my lord, because where you are being taken to the cell, the key is held by the very same person that you are with. Who am I going to report to?
Ngoba lapha ePretoria North ke ilona ke ufaka mafaka eselini ke isikhiya sibanjwa uyena lo muntu lo onawe ke uzoreporta kubani mase kunjalo.
And he is the one who is showing you what to take or where. to go, and there's no one who is from the police station.
futhi ke lena lo muntu lo uyena okutshela uthathe yini nokuthi uye kuphi akekho umuntu ke uphuma lapha e-police station ke osebenzisana naye
And there's no one that I can report to.
futhi ke akekho umuntu ke engakhalaza kuyena
Because of what will happen, my lord will arrive at the police station, Mohane will go in, I will remain behind with my banner, he will then come back, he will open for me.
ngoba ke ngendlela bekwenzakala ngakhona ke masifike e-police station ke umuhane uyena umuntu bezongena ngaphakathi mina ke bese ngiyasala ke nomabhena ke bese yabuya ke ezosilana
In light of the standing orders, does this happen at the police station, in any police station in South Africa?
It doesn't happen, my lord.
cha ke ngokuya ke ngendlela osetshenziswa ngako ke asindlela esiqhuba ngayo leyo oyishilo
And the procedure that is stipulated binds each and every cell complex manager in the South African police.
That's correct, my lord.
yebo kunjalo ke indlela ke osetshenziswa ngayo ke ibopha wonke ke umuntu ke oyi-cell complex manager la eNingizimu Afrika
And then is it your evidence as well that the key to the cell is kept by the cell complex manager?
That's correct, my lord.
yebo futhi ngiyasho nami ukuthi ke izikhiya ke zalapha eselini ke zigcina uyena ke u-cell complex manager
Is it your evidence as well that the person that allocates a cell to a detainee is a cell complex manager?
That's correct, my lord.
futhi ke ufakazi bami ukuthi ke umuntu ke othola ke noma ke okhombisa ke iseli ke umuntu oboshiwe ngafaka kuyona uyena futhi ke u-cell complex manager
And is it also correct that any complaint, any injuries can be reported to the cell complex manager?
That's correct, my lord.
yebo futhi ke ngiyavuma ukuthi ke uma ngabe khona izikhalazo ke nokulimala ke mhlambe kumuntu oboshiwe nako lokho ke ngabika ke kuyena ke u-cell complex manager
Is it also correct that the detaining officers, now the investigating team, are accompanied to the cell by the cell complex manager?
That's correct, my lord.
futhi ke iqiniso ukuthi ke abaphenyi becala ke uma ke baya emaseleni ke baphelezelwa ke uyena futhi ke u-cell complex manager
Just for the sake of completeness, let's look at what is said on the 12th of February 2026. On page 37, Mr. Ramusipile. Okay, what happened there? Accused number 2. The car was parked. Mohane went inside. He came back with keys. He looked for a cell for me, and then I was taken to a cell.
masiqhubeke futhi ke sibheke ke ufakazi obathula ke mhla ka-12 February ngo-2026 upage number 37 umzwane Ramusipile ukuthi manje kwasekwenzakalani-ke waphendula wathi-ke imoto ibipake ngaphandle umuhane ke wasehamba ke eya ngaphakathi wasebuya ngekhiya futhi-ke kuyena futhi umuntu owafuna-ke isel lengizogcina kuyona
Does it accord with the South African Police Service standing orders?
No, my lord.
cha lokhu-ke sokubekiwe kakuhambisani-ke ngendlela okusetshenzwa ngayo ubekiwe la eNingizimu Afrika
Thank you. Now let's move to a different aspect. Now I want us to look back now at the SAP 14, the cell registers.
sengifuna ukuthi-ke manje-ke siyibheke manje-ke kuyasephi-14-ke lo kuwamarejista-ke asemaselini
I think I've placed the original in front of you. Can you identify that register? What is it?
That is SAPS 14.
ungasitshela ukuthi manje-ke le rejista phambi kwakho-ke ibizwa ukuthi ufakazi-ke u-SAP 14
And then I want us to look at, is it number 12?
ngicela ukuthi sibheke number 12
Bongani Ntanzi. You may have to witness with the register. Are you on that page?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ke ngikulona lelo khasi lelo.
Can you confirm the name of the detainee?
Bongani Ndanzi, that's the name.
Umuntu ke waboshwa ke noma wagcina kuthina ke uBongani Ntanzi.
And at what stage does a detained person's name get written on this register?
It was registered on the,
At what stage of the detention process?
stage. He was detained for possession of ammunition.
Okay. When,
Ube boshelwe ke ukutholakala ke nenhlamvu.
okay, let me ask this way. This register, when is it written? These names, when?
It was written on the 2020 stroke 07/02.
Ibhale ke ngo-2020/07/02.
Who writes on this register?
It will be the cell complex manager, my lord.
Manje ke ubani ubhalayo ke kuyo le register ke uthi ufakazi ke uzobhala yena ke u-cell complex manager.
Who provides this information to the cell complex manager?
It will be the suspect himself.
Manje ke ubani unikeza ke se-register manager ke konke lokho okubhalela phansi ukuthi kuzoba uyena nomsolo ke omnikezayo.
And the cell complex manager will complete all these columns.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo ukuthi u-cell complex manager uyena uzogcwalisa yonke le ndawo ekumele ukuthi igcwaliswe.
And then during the completion of this register, are there any questions that are being put to the detained person?
They will be asking him if he has any injury or complaint.
Manje ke uma kubhalwa ke lapha phansi ke khona mhlambe ke imibuzo abuzwa yena ke lo muntu oboshiwe ke uthi ke yebo ke uzobuza ukuthi mhlambe ke khona lapha limele khona noma ke khona mhlambe isikhalazo anazo.
And if the detained person indicates that he does have a complaint or an injury, what happens?
It will be recorded in the register OB.
Manje ke uma ngabe ke lo muntu oboshiwe ke esho ukuthi yebo ngempela unazo isikhalazo futhi ke ulimele kwenzakalani ke uthi ke ufakazi ke kuzobhalwa phansi kuyona le ncwadi ukuthi ke unazo isikhalazo futhi ke ulimele.
And then if the situation dictates that he be taken for medical assistance, what happened?
Immediately, they will be directing the person who is bringing him to first take him to the hospital for medical assistance, my lord.
Manje uma ngabe ke mhlambe ke lo muntu ke umsola ke udinga ukubonana nodokotela ke ngalesikhathi lesokwenzakalani ke uthi ke ngaso isikhathi leso ke lo muntu omlethile ke uzotshela ukuthi ke amqale eqala amise kuphi esibhedlela.
And what documents are completed?
They will then write SABC 70
Uzogcwalisa ke amaphepha ke abizwa ukuthi ke
and also
SABC
book him
70.
and also book him out from our OB register that is out for medical treatment.
Bese ke bayabhala incwadi zethu ukuthi ke lo muntu ukhishiwe kuphi ukuthi aye ke ubonana ke nodokotela.
Can you tell the court then, does the SAP 70 register have a serial number?
That's correct, my lord.
Tshela inkantolo ke ukuthi ke manje ke lo SAPS 70 register ke unayo ke serial number na uthi yebo kunjani.
Does it get registered in this SAP 14 register?
Yes, it is recorded in here if there was one issued, my lord.
Yebo uma ngabe vele ngempela ke kuye kwakhishwa ke serial number ke iyabhalwa ke nayo phansi.
Now I want us to look at the first entry on this page, on 49. On column number 6, there is an entry there. Can you identify what is that entry just to orientate myself?
First entry. Medical 6.1. Medical particulars or medical particulars the 6.1.
Okay.
And there is a serial number on 6.1. SAPS 7832577036.
Yebo ke masibheka lapho column ke u6.1 ke ukhuluma ke ngezonyango mhlawumbe zokudokotela kube khona futhi le serial number ke nayo inombolo evelayo ethi 83257736.
Is that the serial number for the SAP 70?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo lo nombolo engibizile ke yona ke inombolo ke levela lapha ku SAPS 70.
Now, adjacent to the name of Bongani Ntanzi on 6.1, is there a serial number?
There is nothing, my lord.
Lapha ke phambi kwegama lakhe ke yena uBongani Ntanzi ke lapha ku 6.1 ke ikhona ke serial number ke mhlambe khona lapho na uthi cha Nkosi enkantolo.
And then let's look at the date in which the detained person first came into the cells. You see the date there? On 5.1.
That's correct, my lord.
What is the date?
For it's the 2020-07/02, my lord.
Masibheke ke usuku ke lo muntu ke eyafika koqala lapho maselini ke idate yakhona ke ithini ibheke lapha ku 5.1 echaza ukuthi ke 2020-07/02 Nkosi enkantolo.
Thank you. Now let's move to column 8, SAP 22. Can you explain again once more what is SAP 22?
SAPS 22 is the prisoner's property, my lord.
Masiqhubekele phambili ke sibheka lapha ke column 8 ikhuluma ke ngo SAP 22 ungasichazela ukuthi ke manje SAP 22 ke ikhuluma ngani ke uyachaza ukuthi SAP 22 ke ukhuluma ke ngezinto zakhe ke umuntu oboshiwe.
What happens, let's say for example, one is detained at Pretoria North, a week later the detained person is transferred to Brooklyn SABS. What happens to the SAP 22?
He is checking the property with my lord.
Masithi ke mhlambe ke nangu umuntu oboshiwe ke uye wagcina lapha ePretoria North emva kweviki yaphinde ke asuswe ePretoria North ke ayiswe eBrooklyn ke kwenzakalani ke ngezinto zakhe ke uyabe kufakaza ukuthi na into zakhe uhamba nazo.
So when he gets to Brooklyn, does the SAP 22 get registered in this document?
That's correct, my lord.
Manje ke uma ke sekefika eBrooklyn ke izinto zakhe nazo ziyabhalwa ke kule ncwadi yakhona lapha eBrooklyn na uthi yebo kunjalo Nkosi enkantolo.
Is it your evidence before this court that when an SAP register is completed, it is co-signed by the detainee or the suspect as well?
That's correct, my lord.
Utsho njalo ukuthi ke manje ke mase kusayinwa phansi ke uyasayina ke lo mboshiwe naye ke lo mgcina ngaphakathi na uthi yebo ke kunjalo Nkosi enkantolo.
And between the investigating team as well as the cell complex manager, who co-signs there?
He's the member who is receiving is the cell complex manager.
Phakathi kwemphenyo wecala ke nayo ke cell complex manager ke ubani osayinayo lapho ke bekuthi ke kusayina ke cell complex manager.
And then now on 8.3, next to the name of Bongani Ntanzi, before we get to that, you said there's also a serial number that is allocated to the SAP 22, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngaphambi ukuthi siqhubeke ke uye wathi ke khona ke i-serial number ke ehamba ke nayo SAP 22 uthi yebo kunjalo.
So now, next to the name of Bongani Ntanzi, on the 2nd of July 2020, is there a serial number that indicates there is a SAP 22 personal property of the suspect that was booked?
That's correct, my lord.
Manje ke masesibheka lapha ke mhla ka 2 July ngo2020 phambi kwegama lakhe Bongani Ntanzi ke ikhona i-serial number ke phambi kwegama lakhe ekhombisayo ukuthi ke bekhona izinto kunezakhe.
So the one that I was checking on is the right On the side of
8.2.
8.3.
Yes.
8.3, there's nothing, my lord.
Akukho ke kuzinto zakhe ke ezagcina.
So what does this mean?
This means that there was no SAPS 22 issued to the suspect, my lord.
Nokuthi ke ayikho ke SAPS 22 eyanikezwa ke yena ke umsolo.
And then let's look at SAP 8.4, SAP 13. Is it also your evidence that when there's an SAP 13, it's also recorded in this register, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Manje ke ufakazi bakho ukuthi ke mangabe ke khona ke SAP 13 nayo ke le SAP 13 iyarejistara kule iyabhalwa kule register la ukuthi yebo.
And is also your evidence that on paragraph 8.4, the SAP 13 number is recorded on this register, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Futhi ke nenombolo ke SAP 13 ke nayo ke iyabhalwa kuyona le ncwadi.
Now, you also testify that before the accused person is taken into the cells, the cell complex manager conducts a search, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjalo ukuthi uyathula ufakazi wathi ngaphambi ukuthi umsola ke yathathwe ayiswe khona emaseleni ke usel complex manager ke yamsesha qala na. Yebo kunjalo ngosenkantolo.
Has it ever occurred in your 38 years experience that an object is found inside the cell during the search or cell visit?
Yes, it happens during my cell visit.
Manje ke kuyenzakala ke kuminyaka yakho yonke le 28 usebenzele isiphoyisa ukuthi ke kutholakale ke uthize ke emaseleni ke emntwini eboshiwe ukuthi yebo ngosenkantolo ke kuye kwayenzakala lokho.
And then, what was the object that you recovered?
The object that we recovered were the cigarette.
Manje ke bekuyini ke into lezi enisitholile ke yasho ukuthola igwayi.
And the recovery came after the cell complex manager has searched the detainee.
That's correct, madam.
Manje ke lokho nithole ke nithole emva ukuthi ke cell complex manager ke sekamseshile ke yena ke isiboshwa leso ke uthi yebo ngosenkantolo.
Now, let us fast forward to the 7th of February 2021.
Mase siqhubekela phambili ke sibheke ke i7 ka February ngo2021.
Evidence before this court that a cell phone was recovered from accused number 2 by Sergeant Mokhane as well as the late Sergeant Mabena. Do you follow?
That's correct, my lord.
Ufakazi ke ubathula ke la enkantolo ukuthi ke cellphone ke yatholakala ke umsola ke wesibili ithola ke uyana ke uSergeant Mokhane nangasekho ke uSergeant Mabena.
And it was your evidence that that incident was never reported to you.
That's correct, my lord.
Futhi ke wena ke uye wathi la enkantolo ke wena uzange uzwaziswe ngalokho uthi yebo ke kunjalo ngosenkantolo.
And can you tell the court when a search is conducted in the cell, does that happen in the presence of the cell complex manager?
It's the cell complex manager who is conducting that, together with the visiting officer if there's one.
Usel complex manager uyena ke obaseshaye ke mangabe mhlambe khona umunye mhlambe ke oyiphoyisa ovakashile ngalapho ke nayo yasiza mangabe khona ngalelo suku.
Then are you aware that a cell phone was recovered in this case? A cell phone that belongs to accused number 2?
I'm not aware, my lord.
Onalo ulwazi ukuthi ke kuye kwatholakala ke cellphone ngalosuku lolo kuyena ke umsolo wesibili uthi cha.
So now I am putting it to you that a Samsung J5 was recovered, which belongs to accused number 2.
Ngiyabekela ke ukuthi ke ngalosuku lolo ke iSamsung J5 yatholakala ke kuyona iSamsung yakhe ke umsolo wesibili.
I was not informed of that, my lord.
Nkosi enkantolo ke mina ngizange ke ngaziswe ngalokho.
Are you hearing it for the first time in court that the phone was recovered from accused number 2?
That's correct, my lord.
Ukuzwa kokuqala la enkantolo namhlanje ukuthi ke ifoni ke yatholakala kumsula wesibili futhi yebo Nkosi enkantolo ke ngiyaqala ke ukuzwa namhlanje lokho.
Thank you. And then what is the purpose of sealing an exhibit into a forensic bag?
Manje ke yini ke isizathu ukuthi ke mhlambe ke manithola ufakazi obuthize ke nimfake ke phakathi kwezikhwama ke lezi ezifaka ke into ezitholakele ke eziyohlolwa?
Is to make sure that it is not contaminated or been changed. That is the purpose why we are sealing the exhibit in the forensic bag.
Ukuthi ke manje sibone ukuthi ke mhlambe ke lento leyo ke yayishintshwa futhi ke yayenzwa ngendlela ke ingasiyona ngaphambili.
According to Sergeant Mohane, the exhibit was sealed and the following day it was taken to Middelburg for downloading by Warrant Officer Ndlovu. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Khona ufakazi ke lapho ke umfana ke eshe ukuthi ke yona leyo phone ke yafaka phakathi kwesikhwama ke sophenyo yaseyiswa ke usuku olulandelayo ke Middelburg ke ehambiswa uNdlovu lapho ke iyo download khona unalo ulwazi lokho na uthi cha ke analo ke lolo lwazi.
Are you aware that such evidence is very crucial in this case? What was discovered during the downloading process?
That is what I heard from this court one.
Unalo ulwazi ukuthi ke manje lo ufakazi bonke ke lokho kubaluleka kangakanani la enkantolo ke ngikhuluma ngani ke ngakho konke lokho kwa downloada lapho kuleyo phone na uthi ke yebo into engizwayo nami la ecourt.
Now, can you differentiate between an SAP 22 as well as an SAP 13?
Okay, SAPS 22 is the prisoner's property, and SAPS 13 is property that is required as an evidence in the court.
Manje ke ungakwazi mhlambe ke sinike ke incazelo ukuthi ke phakathi phambana phakathi kwe SAP 22 ne SAP 13 uthi ufakazi ke SAP 22 ke izinto ke zakhe kumuntu oboshiwe ke lagcinela zona SAP 13 ke izinto ke esetshenziswayo ke njengofakazi basecourt.
Now, from what you have heard now, from what I've just told you, that the cell phone downloads plays a very integral part in this matter. Can this cell phone that was recovered from accused number 2 be registered as prisoner's property or an exhibit in the SCP 13?
If there seems it fit for the purpose of evidence, it will be registered as an exhibit. If it's only for the purpose of suspects per se, it will be in the 22.
Manje ke kuloko engitshela khona ke ngakutshela ukuthi le cellphone ke kubaleka kakhulu ke isiza kakhulu iqala leli ke manje ke ngokuya ngakho ke ngokuya ngawe ke ubona ukuthi mhlawumbe le cellphone ke bizorekhodwa kuphi ke uthi ngofakazi ke uma ngabe ke bona babone ukuthi ke bayesebenzisa ke njengofakazi basecourt ke izobhalwa ke ku SAP 13.
Thank you for that, Colonel. My Lord, I see it's 4 minutes before 1. Can we take the normal long adjournment? I'm about to conclude the cross-examination.
Okay.
Let's go.
Adjournment 2.
Uma ngihamba ke ngiyovakashela ke le maseleni ke benginokukhuluma naye ke umsola wesibili.
And then the visit by Sergeant Mabena, can you say it was an hourly visit, daily visit, weekly visit, fortnightly?
I can't remember, son. It was not an hourly visit.
Manje ke ukuvakashela kwaMabhena mongakhumbula ke mhlambe beza ke ihora nohora noma ke ngeviki kanye ngeviki noma kanjani ke uthi ke angisakhumbuli kodwa ke bengasike ukuvakashela kwehora nehora usikwenza.
And then can you recall what time of the day Sergeant Mabena will usually visit?
I can't recall. He was just there anytime. My lord.
Manje ke ungakhona ukukhumbula ukuthi ke uSergeant Mabhena ke ubeza ke ngesiphi isikhathi ke uma efika eza lapha yana ke uthakazi ke angisakhumbuli ke ubeza noma ngesiphi isikhathi.
And then will you say he was visiting on a daily basis?
He was not visiting on daily basis, my lord.
Ungathi ke mhlawumbe uMabhena ubeza ke insuku zonke uthi cha ubengazi ke insuku zonke.
Weekly basis?
No, my lord.
Ubeza ke mhlawumbe iviki neviki uthi cha.
And then Sergeant Mahane, weekly visit?
No, my lord.
Daily?
Ufane naye ubengazi
No,
ke
ma'am.
ubengazi ke insuku zonke futhi ke ubengazi mhlawumbe ke
Fortnightly?
No, my lord.
bengazi futhi mhlawumbe emva kwamaviki amabili.
You were taken through by my colleague for accused number 5 regarding the cell phone that was found from accused number 2. Can you offer any assistance regarding the usage of that cell phone by anyone? Do you know anything about the usage of the cell phone?
No, I don't have any information.
Umsola ke wesihlanu ke ummeli umsola wesihlanu ke uyakubuza imibuzo malana ke ne-cellphone le kamsola wesibili ayotholakala khona mhlawumbe lokwaziyo ngalokho uthi cha ke akukho mina engikwaziyo.
No further questions, my lord. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Colonel. Yes, that's his evidence.
My Lord, I do have clarification questions from this witness. My Lord.
Okay.
Afternoon, Colonel, and thank you for your patience, Colonel. Now, Colonel, during cross-examination, you were taken through evidence regarding injuries to accused number 1 and where will they be registered. You recall that?
I can recall that, my lord.
Manje Kennedy ke usakhumbula ukuthi ngale nkathi ke ubuza imibuzo uye wabuza imibuzo malana ke nokulimala ke kwakho umsola wokuqala ukuthi ke kuye kwabhalwa phansi ukuthi ke ubelimele lokho futhi.
And you were in that respect as well, asked whether certain entries were made or not made regarding the said injuries in the relevant registers at Valeria. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo futhi kunjalo ke ngiyabuza ukuthi ke khona lapho mhlambe ke okwabhalwa khona konke lokho ke kulama register akhona lapha eValeria uthi yebo.
And in your response, Colonel, you were quite explicit that the standing orders only require that you, or the person that is making the entries, when I say you, remember, said those officers, not you personally, because you are in management position, but the person that is making the entry can only make entries of visible injuries. That was your evidence, correct?
And also the complaint, that's correct, my lord.
Yes.
Ngale nkathi ke ubeka ufakazi bakho ke uye washo ukuthi ke ngendlela enisebenza ngayo ke umuntu lo obhala phansi ke kulama records uma register ke uzobhala phansi kokulimala ke mhlambe akubonayo kunjalo ke ecolonel uthi yebo kunjalo futhi ke noma ngabe mhlambe khona isikhalazo lo muntu lo enazo.
And would I be correct, Colonel, if I say visible injuries are only injuries that the person making the entry or making an observation can see on a suspect or an accused person without actually physically inspecting that suspect.
What type of question is that?
Sorry, my lord.
What type of question are you trying to elicit? Just repeat it yourself, you'll realize where I'm getting to.
Okay, let me repeat it, then I'll think aloud whilst I'm repeating. I'm saying, will I be correct when I say by visible injuries that must be made by a member are those injuries that can only be physically be observed by that member that must be entered without him actually physically examining or inspecting the suspect for injuries?
Physically observing, without physically observing, and even if there was no complaint,
Yes.
if there's complaint alleged by the suspect that he has been injured,
Manje ngiqinisile ke mangithi ke masikhuluma ngekulimala kokubonakalayo sikhuluma ngokulimala mangabe ke lowo muntu lona ke obheke namsola lo makambheke njengamehlo ke ekubona engazange mhlambe ayomvula noma ayambheke ukuthi unolimala na uthi yebo kunjalo futhi noma ke mhlambe kunganake nesikhalazo esiphuma ngokuyena.
Now, in respect to what the court was saying, whether I hear myself loudly, I was saying the follow-up question is this. Are injuries that are concealed by clothing recorded here if the suspect does not make a complaint?
if they were seen by the cell complex manager, they will be recorded.
Yes.
Manje ke masithi ke inkosi enkantolo yangibuza ukuthi ke ngiyazizwa nje kahle kulombuzo engibuzayo ngathi ngiyazizwa kahle ke umbuzo olandelayo uthi ke uma ngabe ke mhlambe khona ke ukulimala ke khona ke okufihlwe ke yimpahla ke kuyabhala na kuyarekhodwa phansi kuma register na uthi ufakazi uma ngabe ke cell complex manager ke lo ukulimala naye ukubonile.
Now, Brigadier, regarding accused number 1, Mr. Sibia, whom my learned colleague took you through the injuries, whether or not notations or recorders were made in the entries. And I'll give you by way of background. He was taken to a Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, Mboto, for the purposes of obtaining a statement from him. And through his interaction with Colonel Mboto, he did inform Colonel Mboto that I'm injured on my wrist as a result of the handcuffs that were tightened on my wrists. And Mboto did observe injuries on his wrist, and he says, Mboto, that I in fact did even loosen the handcuffs on accused number 1. Do you understand that background?
Yes.
Ngizokubekela ke ukwenzakala ke ngaye ke umsola oqala ke uSibiya. uSibiya ke uyasho ukuthi ke manje ke uyoba inkadi lapho bekanaye ke Lieutenant Mboto izathu uthathe noLieutenant Mboto ukuthi ke ayenza ke statement. Uthi ke umsola oqala ke ngale nkathi naye uMboto ke uyowamtshela ukuthi ke ulimele ke la engalweni yakhe ke kodwa yena uMboto lo akazange axoxise nazo ke lezi inkosi lezi bekasifake khona lapha esandleni.
Now, if he arrives, because he was taken to Colonel Mboto at around 10 on the 30th, and on the 31st, in the early hours of the morning of May 2020, he's now transferred to Valeria, and a notation is made in the registers that he arrives without injuries. Given the background that I've given you, it cannot be correct in the register, can it, to say that he did not have any visible injuries?
But that register information you are mentioning
Yes.
was written by the person who observed him in the Valeria.
Yeah.
Yes.
So sorry, come back again.
I said the record of not having injury
Yes.
was reported by the person who inspected him when he arrives at Valeria.
Yes.
Which is what he saw on that time.
Okay.
Manje ke lo mbiko lo ukuthi ke yena ke umsolo lo uyowafika enganakho ukulimala ke umbiko lo uyowaphuma ke kuyena lo owamhlola lapha eValeria.
Now, Colonel, and this was my concern when we were being taken through the injuries, some of the investigation regarding this matter. Do you have any personal knowledge about the circumstances leading to the arrest of accused number 1, Mr. Sibir?
No, I don't have any.
Manje ke wena ke Lieutenant wena Colonel ke wena unalo ulwazi ngokuthi kwenzakalani ukuthi uzofika lapha ke umzane Sibiya case number 1 aboshwe uthi cha ke anginalo.
And are you privy, Colonel, to the investigation of this matter, especially in relation to the two accused persons that were held at Valeria, being Mr. Sibiya and Mr. Ntanzi? Are you privy to that investigation?
No, I only saw the arrest, that they were arrested in terms of those cases that was mentioned in their SAPS 14.
Manje ke wena ke mnumzana unalo ulwazi ke ngophenyo ke olenzakalayo ngokubona ukuthi ke bakhona abantu ababili ke abagcina lapha eValeria kuyena ke umnumzane Sibiya naye umnumzane Ntanzi uthi wofakazi cha mina ngikwaziwe ke ngiyabona phela lamaphepha kwamalungelo abo lawa ke abanikezwa khona leValeria.
And would I be correct, Colonel, that when you were testifying, and especially the interaction with me and the purpose for which I called you, was to verify that and confirm that the registers and the entries are as they are? You were not verifying actually the truthfulness of what was written there. You were verifying that these entries, as they are written, they are correct. Is that what my understanding of my interaction with you?
That's correct, my lord.
Manje ngicela ukwazi ukuthi ke mhlawumbe ke sise ekhasini lodwa ke ukuthi ke ngalenkathi wena uza la enkantolo sizobuza imibuzo ke ubuzokwenza la wena uzochaza nje ukuthi ke lokhu ke kubhalwe phansi kungendlela okubhalwe ngakhona ke ubungazanga la uzosho ukuthi ke kuyiqiniso noma akusilona iqiniso uthi yebo kunjani.
Now, let's move to a different aspect, Colonel. You were taken towards the latter part before the long adjournment about the evidence of Sergeant Mohani saying that he received a cell phone, he seized a cell phone from Mr. Ntanzi and sealed it in a forensic bag. You recall that evidence? Just before lunch, you were taken by my learned colleague. Do you recall that evidence?
I have said that if Mr. Mohan deemed it fit for it to be evidence for his investigation.
Yes.
Usakhumbula ke ngani ngathi ke because ngaphambi ukuthi siphume ke siye ekudleni ke ngani ngathi uyobuzwa kombuso ke umbuso ke uyakubekela ukuthi ke umsemofano ke uye wathi ke uye wathola ke cellphone ke umzana Ntanzi waseyithatha ke efaka esikhwameni sophenyo esakhumula lokho na uthi yebo ke ngiye ngachaza nami ngathi ke uma yena ke ebona ukuthi kufanele ukuthi ke leyo cellphone ke engayifaka ke lapho kufaka khona ubufakazi khona.
Yes. Now, the question that I want to ask you is this. If Sergeant Mohani, as he testified that he sealed that cell phone in a forensic bag while at Valeria, what is the standard procedure for back and take of an item that is seized from a police station, from a suspect for the purposes of evidence?
It will be in the presence of that suspect.
Yes.
Yes.
Manje ke ngicela ukubuza ke mnzana ukuthi ke mangabe ke umsemofano ngempela uthi efakazini bakhe wathola ke cellphone kuyena ke umsolo lapha eVilera ke waseyithatha ke manje ke uma kusebenziwa kanjani mase kwenziwa kanjalo ke uthi kufuneka konke lo kwenze ekhona naye ke yena ke suspect umsolo lo.
But the question is this, Colonel, just for clarification. Would that forensic bag then at Valeria, where the item is found, there and then be allocated a unique serial number for evidence bag purposes at that stage, at that station?
If it was recorded in our register, there will be serial number recorded.
Okay.
Manje ke ngicela ukubuza ukuthi ke mangabe ke manje ke khona sikhomba lesofakazi uma ngabe ke senziwe lapha eVilera khona lapho ke siyanikezwa ke serial number yaso sodwa ke engafani namanye na uthi ufakazi ke mangabe ke lokho bekurekhodiwe ke kithi lapha eVilera.
And you can confirm that no such recording was made in your SAP 13 at Valeria that a cell phone was seized from accused number 2, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
yebo futhi ke ngiyavuma ukuthi ke ngempela ke akukho lapho ke SAP 13 lapho ke kwabhala khona ukuthi ke lapha eVilleria ikhona cellphone ke yatholakala komunye ke ogcineni.
And you've made a distinction between prisoner's property and property meant for evidence. Just for clarification, is there a different forensic bag for forensic evidence and a different bag for prisoner's property, or are they used one and the same bag for bagging the same thing?
The bag are the same.
Okay.
Manje ngicela ukwazi ke uye wasitshela la enkantolo ukuthi ke khona ke lona ke forensic bag ke esetshenziswayo ke for izinto ezigcinelwayo nomsolwa nokunye ke mhlambe enye ibheke futhi esetshenziswayo ke mangabe ke lokufakazi lokho usetshenziswa ecourt ke uthi ke umeli ke manje isikhoma lezi ke zihlukene noma ke isikhoma esodwa nokuthi esodwa nje sifanayo kuzo zombili.
And if a cell phone is found, as Sergeant Mohad has testified, is the person from whom an item such as cell phone is seized not given a receipt or an acknowledgement that such an object was found from him at the station?
If it is written in the 22, there will be a receipt that is given to him. But if it's in the 13, there will be no receipt given to the suspect.
Manje ke uma ngabe ke ngempela ke njengoba bachaza ke omabheni ukuthi baye bathola i-cellphone ke leyo kuyona umsola ke ayikho mhlambe ke into enikezwa yena ke umuntu othola kuya njenge receipt noma ke iphepha elikhombisayo ukuthi ke nakho ke sithole kwe anikezwa khona na uthi kofakazi uma ngabe ke lokho ke bekubhalwe ku-22 anyeke izibe khona i-receipt mangabe ubhalwe ku-13 izoba khona.
And if it's in 22, you've testified that no 22 was recorded in respect of that cell phone at Villeria, correct?
That's correct, madam.
Yebo ke ngiye ngachaza ngathi ke ayikho kakho lapho kuyobhalwa khona lapha kwe-SAP 22 mayelana ke naleyo cellphone ukuthi uyatholakala lapha eVilleria.
And if it's in the SAP 13, will there be a recordal that this particular item was seized from a particular person in the columns of the SAP 13 register?
That's correct, my lord.
Manje uma ngabe ke mhlambe ke lokho ke yatholakala laphana ke kuye umsola ke lapha eSAP 13 ikhona indawo lapho ke eshoyo ukuthi ke ngempela ke into ethize ke yathola komuntu onjena ke uthi yebo kunjalo.
And let's speak briefly, Colonel, about now when an item is found, for example, a cell phone is found from a suspect in Villeria, then it leaves Villeria and it transferred to the National Cold Case Unit, as the register shows here. You are taken through that. What is the procedure then for transference of that item from station to a unit or from station to station?
If it is recorded in the SAPS 13, there will be an instruction that will be shown that the exhibit has been transferred to that unit, my lord.
Manje ke mnumzane ke uma ngabe ke masithi ke i-cellphone leyo ke iyatholakala kumsola ke olapha eVilleria kodwa ke lo msola lo sekayasusa manje eVilleria ke mhlambe sekayiswa ke kwenye unit ke manje kwenzakalani ke ngaloko kwatholakala kuyena ke uthi uyofakazi ngoba ngabe ke mhlambe lokho kuyoba record lapha e13 ke kuzoba khona ke instruction ekhishwayo ukuthi ke manje ke leyo naye hambe naye leyo mfakazi lo.
Now, in this case, Colonel, can you identify any entry or document that shows that a cell phone was transferred from Villeria to the National Court Case Unit where Sergeant Mohani is based?
There is no any of my register that shows that the cell phone was transferred to that unit, my lord.
Manje ke mnumzane ke ungasikhombisa ke ukuthi ke manje ke kulapha kubhalwe khona ukuthi ke kuye kwaba khona ke transfer enzakalayo ke isuka lapha eVilleria iya lapha ku National Case Unit uthi ufakaze akukho ke ema record nami wonke nginawo lapho kubhalwe khona lokho.
Now, Colonel, you've testified that you were for the long time a custodian of SAP 13, am I correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo ukuthi ngeke ngasho ukuthi isikhathi esiningi ngeke ngasebenza lapha ku-SAP 13.
Now, in your experience in that capacity, Colonel, what happens to the chain of evidence if there are gaps from the transfer of an item from one police station to the other?
Objection, my lord. My colleague is now eliciting information that was not, or did not come out as a result of cross-examination, my lord. This is new evidence. And there's no such, my lord.
Ummeli-ke uRamsipili, umnumzane uRamsipili lokuza nje-ke mnumzane kwenzakalani uma ngabe-ke mhlambe-ke khona kokufekezi-ke mhlambe ubufakazi-ke obukhona-ke mhlambe kusuka police station enye mhlambe kwenye indawo na umbuzo wasokusuka umuthi cha nkosi enkantolo lo mbuzo lo-ke siyawala ngoba-ke umbuzo omusha-ke azange ube khona ngale nkathi-ke ubuzo umbuzo ngaphambilini.
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, I'm happy because of this objection. I like it. This is one of the objections I like because I'm taking leave from the court, which said this officer here, with his experience, if he can assist the court on any matter, especially pertaining to his experience, then he may do so.
Yeah, just continue because
Yes.
wasting time.
Umnumzane uRamsipili uthi-ke inkosi enkantolo-ke ngiyayithanda-ke le nto le yenziwe uwona umbuso ngoba eqaleni-ke inkosi enkantolo nayo yasho yathi-ke ufakazi lo mela phambi kwenkantolo namhlanje-ke uma ngabe-ke ufakazi bakhe-ke ngokuya ngomsebenzi wakhe futhi neminyaka asebenzile ufakazi bakhe ungasiza inkantolo umbuzo leyo-ke ivumelekile ukuthi angabuzwa yona.
I'm repeating the question, Colonel. In your experience, in a capacity of somebody who has worked as a SAP 13 custodian, what happens to the chain of evidence when there's a gap in the transfer of an item from one police station to the other?
Okay, the provision is that from the station where this exhibit was registered, it will be stated that this register was transferred to that station. And also when they're receiving that things from the same station where it was transferred, it will also have a noted that the transfer was received from the station of the origin.
Ke manje-ke impendulo ukuthi-ke uma ngabe-ke mhlambe-ke khona-ke mhlambe ubufakazi-ke obusiswa station esinye-ke sihamba-ke siya kwesinye station-ke lapho-ke lapho bese-registered khona-ke kuzobhalwa ukuthi manje seyasuswa manje kule ndawo leya kwesinye station nalapho siyakhona-ke bazobhala ukuthi njengoba sela kubona manje sesiphuma kwesiphi station.
Now, it was put to you that factually and indeed a cell phone was found from accused number 2 on the 7th of February 2021. Do you agree with that suggestion that was put to you?
You know what, Mr. Ramsipili, I don't want to interfere. This court actually saw that cell phone. I don't want to interfere. Just let's leave it there.
The court saw the cell phone?
Yeah, the
Where?
cell phone was brought by Mabena. And
Where?
Not Mabena. It was
Where?
a gentleman there, Ndlovu.
A cell phone was brought here,
Where?
in this court.
Yeah, this court sits here, not in Deep
By
Kloof.
Ndlovu. Maybe I was absent from this
Yeah, I'm
court
sure you were.
for
Let's
that
leave it
period.
there.
Inkosi enkantolo-ke iyachaza ukuthi-ke umnumzane uRamsipili-ke angifuni ukuphazamisa-ke uhlelo lwakho kodwa-ke i-cellphone le esikhuluma ngayo-ke yalethwa khona la e-court lapho inkantolo ihlala khona hhayi i-court le yayihlala e-Deep Kloof ihlala khona la kule court le.
And I think, my lord, you know, sometimes my colleagues from the right, they must assist the court because they are custodians of these objects. The item that I remember being brought here physically, as physical evidence, was a projectile, was a firearm. The cell phone of accused number 2 being brought by warrant officer Ndlovu, I've never seen that, not even in my dream. I've never seen it.
Mr. Ntanzi has raised his hand. Ummeli-ke uyachaza ukuthi-ke yena akukhumbulayo-ke okwabulethela kanukude kwaba yi-projector futhi kwaba nesibhamu. I-cellphone eyalethwa uNdlovu la e-court cha nasemaphusheni nje yena akazange azayibone leyo cellphone.
Now,
Yeah. Any further questions?
Colonel Toga, based on the registers that are before court, can you confirm that a cell phone was seized from Valeria, from Mr. Ntanzi, on the 7th of February 2021.
There's no any evidence in all the register, my lord.
Manje ke mzwane ke kubo wonke ama-record wakho ke ungasitshela ukuthi ke kukhona lapho kubhalwe khona ukuthi ke khona ke cellphone ke yatholakala kuyena kumzwane Ntanzi nge-7 kaFebruary. Na uthi cha ubufakazi akukho lapho kukhombisa khona ukuthi ke cellphone yatholakala ngalolo suku.
Now you were taken through Exhibit EE, Colonel, which is an authorization and a J15 for accused number 2 to be kept at Valeria after his appearance at the Boksburg Magistrates Court. Remember that?
Yes, my lord.
Usakhumbula ke mnumzane ukuthi ke kuyoba khona ke sicelo lesifikayo kuwena ukuthi ke u-accused number 2 yagcina lapha eVilleria uthi yebo kunjalo.
Now, Colonel, if you can assist me, what is the standard or maximum period for keeping a suspect at the SAPS police station?
There is no it's the only time that is specified in that warrant of detention. That is the time that is determined to us when the suspect must be taken back to court.
Manje ke mnumzane ke isikhathi ke esivumelekile ukuthi ke umuntu ke agcine police station isikhathi esingakanani uthi ufakazi kasikho isikhathi lekhathi esikhona ukuthi lesi sibhalo lapha ukuthi ke kufuneke avele nini mhlambe ke lowo muntu ke court emva kokuthi agcine lapha police station.
My Lord, if I may be given an opportunity just to go through the notes of the evidence in chief to see if I'm not leaving anything behind. My Lord, may I approach accused number 2? Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, may I also confirm with my colleagues? Now, Colonel, you were taken through an exhibit, which is the notice of rights from Valeria that was allegedly issued at Valeria. Now, Mr. Ntanzi instructs me, the register may say that that was issued to him, but physically, he says him physically being handed that document, either by Mabena or a warrant officer at Valeria, that never happened. He does acknowledge what is written in the register that it was issued, but physically being handed to him as a document, or even the rights explained one by one to him by either Mukhani or a uniformed officer at Valeria, he says that never happened.
I don't have any opinion about that, but what I know is that one copy must be handed to him.
Okay.
Manje-ke mnumzane-ke uye wabuzwa-ke malana-ke nala notice of right leya eyayenza lapha eVileria lapho-ke kuthiwa-ke uNtanzi wanikezwa yona. Ukuthi uNtanzi-ke kungenzeka vele kubhaliwe phansi kanye kuphikiswa okubhalwe phansi, kodwa mina nje nguNtanzi-ke angizange ngize nginikezwe mina ikhophi yawo amalungelo lawa, futhi angifundele wona, angizange ngifundele uMohana, angizange ngifundele futhi nawuya noMabhena ngalosuku lolo-ke. Uthi ufakazi kodwa mina ngikwaziyo ukuthi-ke funeke naye anikezwe ikhophi yawo-ke lawo amalungelo lawo.
And you were also, Colonel, taken through Exhibit LL1, which is the entry from the occurrence book of Pretoria North on the 16th of June 2020 to show that Mr. Ntanzi was charged for the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018, not the Fosloras case 636 of 10/2014. Remember that?
That's correct, madam.
Usakhumbula-ke ngale nkathi balusa-ke emaphepheni-ke exhibit LL1 lapha-ke incwadi nase-Pretoria North, lapho-ke ikhombisa ukuthi-ke mhla ka-16 June ngo-2020 uNtanzi-ke yena waphosa amacala-ke ngecala leli-ke elalapha kwaNongoma.
Now, Colonel, just a quick one. Have you had sight of the Nongoma case 163 10/2018 docket or charge sheet to confirm whether or not Ntanzi was charged on the 16th of June 2020 for that matter?
No, I don't have any information.
Manje-ke mnumzane-ke uye wahamba-ke mhlawumbe wayobheka ngempela ukuthi-ke ucheck ukuthi ngempela-ke ukhona-ke idocket noma i-charge sheet ekhombisa ukuthi ngempela-ke uNtanzi-ke wachazwa mhla ka-16 June 2020. Cha-ke anginayo.
Thank you, Colonel. That's all the questions that I had for clarification for you. Thank you, Manota.
Yeah, any further questions? You said you didn't have questions.
Excuse me, Madam.
I said you said you didn't have questions unless what happens?
As I indicated yesterday,
Sorry, just for my edification,
yes, madam.
and just to assist in this case,
Yes, madam.
Mr. Ra, do you recall when once I made an order that after Ginenda and Mahano
Yes,
had told me that they are members of the cold
The
cold case squad.
Yes.
and that they are busy with certain documents and cases which are being handled under the Department of what's the act they use? The Department of Secret?
Maybe the state can assist, my lord, in that regard.
Now all of you have forgotten. I'm the only one who remembers.
There was a document that
Yeah.
was prepared by Mr. Muhammad, exhibit
Yes.
VV.
That's it.
Which he said 5 or so cases investigated against Mr. Ntanzi.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that document was never handed in this court as an exhibit because I had given an order that only the attorneys and the advocates should read that document and not everybody. And you guys did not, decided to read them. So there's information in that document if you want to use it, but you don't have to use it if you don't want to.
What information, Madam? Maybe
Of persons who were charged
yes.
by the Department of Cold Cases. It included several guys, even some of the guys. Am I correct about that? Hello?
Yes,
You don't remember, ne?
no, we do. The suspects, some of the suspects' names are mentioned.
Yeah, okay, fine, but that's by the by.
Inkosi enkantolo-ke ithi-ke ngaphambi siqhubeke-ke bangingakhumbula kahle-ke khona-ke elinye i-document le ekwaba ufakazi uvivi noma-ke bungazange bunikeze inkantolo ngoba wathi ikhoti-ke mabahambe bona bayofunda bona abameli nabo abashushisi-ke lelo phepha lelo khona-ke izinto ezibhalwe kunamanye ama-suspect akhona khona lapho ithi inkosi enkantolo manithanda-ke ningasebenzisa leyo document kuphuma kunina lokho.
Yeah, Mr. Mnisi, let's hear you.
Is it please the court, my lord? The court will recall yesterday, I raised an objection with regard to the fact that these witnesses were confronted with new evidence, my lord,
Yeah,
which evidence was not found in examination in chief. And the court then ruled that in the interest of justice, as I understood it, the state could have continued with that line of cross-examination.
Yeah.
And I said, at the end of the re-examination by Mr. Ramusipile, I was going to request an indulgence to clear one or two things because they related to accused number one in instances where he had touched base in his evidence, not on anything relating to accused number one. So therefore, on those pages, making application for indulgence, my lord, to clear those issues as I mentioned yesterday.
yeah, no, you can do that. Any objection?
None, my lord.
Okay, yes, you can continue, sir.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, sir. Sir, you would recall that the bulk of the cross-examination by the state to you was in relation to the whether or not the standing orders let me put it this way, whether or not certain conduct of the CSC commanders and all those that are working in the police station would do their things in accordance with the standing orders. Do you recall that?
That's correct, my lord.
Mnumzane usakhumbula ke ukuthi imibuzo eminingi owabekela yona ke ubuya ngasehlangothini lombuso ke ubukhuluma malana ke ukuthi ke kusetshenzwa kanjani ke indlela ekusetshenzwa ngayo lapha ke kuma CSC commander.
There's Mr. Ramusipili has already touched base partly on what I would want to clarify with you, that you would not have had personal experience between the interaction of those members who were at the police station with the accused or with the suspect that they visited in the cells at the time at which those entries that you requested to read here were made, not so?
There was no any entries or was not interested in any entry made for the IO with the suspect because it's that is for their investigation, my lord.
Manje ke ngokwazi kwakho ke wena unayo ulwazi uvela ngakuwena ukuthi kuyenzakalani phakathi kwabo ke labasola ababoshiwe ke nama-members alapha ke e-police station ngale nkathi ke kubhalwa phansi ke lokhu kubhalwe kule ncwadi leziyana ke uthi yena ke benganayo interest noma ke ukulangazela ukwazi ukuthi ke kwenzakalani phakathi kwakhe nomsola ke nawo ke abantu abaphenyayo lecala.
Yes, what I'm saying is, despite the fact that the state requested you to confirm what is written in the register, in the registers that you requested to read into record yet again, you bear no knowledge as to what could have happened between those people who made those entries in the registers and the suspect that they said they went to visit in the cells, because most of them were not there, not so.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo ukuthi ke ngendlela ke ubeka ngakhona ukuthi ngale nkathi ke kubhalwa phansi phakathi kwakhe umsola naye umuntu bekabhala phansi mina bengingekho lapho angazi ukuthi ke kwenzakalani phakathi kwabo.
So when an allegation that is made here at court by an accused that is already here, who was in custody at Filaria, is made of a certain omission, let me make an example. For instance, accused number one says he received no visitation on a regular basis, as it is mentioned in those registers. but in those registers it appears that there was a regular visitation to him. You're not in a position to assist this court because you were not the person who visited him and made those entries in all those instances, except for one instance, not so.
That's correct, my lord.
Manje-ke masithi-ke nikunikeze-ke umzekelo, masithi-ke njengoba esho-ke umsolwa ethi yena-ke akazange-ke aze avakashele lapha-ke emaseleni-ke ngendlela kubhalwe ngakhona ema-registereni-ke. Uthi-ke ummeli-ke kodwa wena nawe-ke mfakazi angeke uze usho-ke ukuthi kube nesiciniseko ukuthi ngempela-ke kwabanjalo ngoba-ke asuwena umuntu oyowamvakashela yena umsolwa ngaphandle kanye nje ngale nkathi wena umvakashela ukuthi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Let us deal with the entry where the state took you to, which was made by you, and where the observations were that there were no complaints and no injuries which were noted. Do you still remember that?
That's correct, my lord.
Masiphinde futhi sibuyele emuva siye lapha-ke lapho kwabhala wena khona ngale nkathi lapho ubhale khona ukuthi-ke ngokubona kwakho-ke akunazo isikhalazo futhi akunanokulimala okubonile.
Now, a question that followed the background from the state was, in your observation, did you see that there was someone with some injuries, etc., and your answer was no?
Umbuzo-ke uyowalandela-ke uyowathi-ke wena-ke ngokuya ngawe-ke uyowabona-ke mhlambe ukuthi khona-ke umuntu-ke mhlambe-ke ubelimele khona lapho wena wasuphendula ukuthi cha.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo iqiniso lelo Nkosi Mpantwana.
And the follow-up question by the state was, would you say that the 3 waiting prisoners were assaulted in any way? And your answer was no.
Omunye umbuzo olandela wathi-ke ngokuya ngawe-ke ngasho ukuthi-ke laba abavalela abathathu-ke mhlambe-ke baye bashaya. Impendulo yakho kwaba ucha.
Do you still remember that?
Yes, my lord.
Yes.
Sakukhumbula lokho, yebo ngisakukhumbula lokho.
As I've said, Mr. Ramsipili has already touched base with some of the issues here, particularly the observations that were made by Lieutenant Colonel Mboto, who took a confession to accused number 1, to the effect that when he met him on the 30th of May, he realized that he had some marks, some marks on his hands, which according to him were caused by the tightening of the handcuffs.
Manje-ke siyazazi lofakazi-ke bakho umzali uMbotho ngale nkathi-ke ekhazi ukuthi-ke ngale nkathi yena eyombona-ke uyawathola ukuthi-ke khona-ke amanxeba-ke anawo laphana-ke eshilo ukuthi mhlawumbe ayenziwe yizwe-ke uqinisa kwezenkosi.
Do you follow that?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you. Now, there was also a question that was raised by the state with you with regard to accused number 1 not having had reported the incident of assault that would have occurred at Fileria police station because of the fact that he could not have known the name of the policeman who assaulted him because the policeman did not have his name. I don't know where the name must be attached in him. Do you still remember that?
That's correct, my lord.
Usakhumbula futhi-ke omunye umbuzo ngale nkathi-ke kusho umbuso ngale nkathi ukhuluma ukuthi-ke umsola wokuqala-ke azange akwazi ukuthi-ke abike ukushaya kwakhe lapha evilera ngoba-ke iphoyisa leli-ke igama lakhe belingekho lapha empahleni noma-ke belingabonakali.
But even before that, the state verified with you whether a policeman who's in uniform, should they also be having their names with them at all times when they are in uniform? And the answer that came from you was yes, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo-ke ngaphandle kwalokho kuyoba khona umbuzo-ke uphuma kumbuso-ke ukuthi-ke manje-ke iphoyisa-ke egqoke-ke i-uniform-ke kumele ukuthi negama lakhe libonakale-ke khona laphona impendulo yakhona wathi yebo kunjalo.
These names, what kind of names are they? I'm not privy to read. I see you're looking at the gentleman who's got a uniform there. Maybe you want him to assist us with that name. I just want to see it because I'm used to this name tag that will be attached here, you know, like the old men who go to societies, you know, like the burial societies, they would have these tags on their uniform and stuff like that. Are these names similar or with the SAPS, those are different things?
We're having difference. The other one is the one for the cloth that is attached on the shirt.
Yes.
And there is another one also which is having a steel, which also attached on that they wear all the time.
Oh, okay.
Manje-ke lamagama lawo ukhuluma ngawo-ke ngoba angazi ukuthi-ke ukhuluma ngani kahle kahle kanjani ngilafana-ke nalama-society-ke la enzakalayo-ke lawo mhlawumbe umasingcwabisane la bawafaka khona la ey'mpahleni zabo ukuthi-ke sinenhlobo ezimbili-ke ezahlukene khona enye-ke elindwangu elikhona khona lapho nelinye-ke elinensimbi nje elisesebenzisayo elifaka-ke eshethini.
Thank you. You know, for my benefit, because I'm actually yet to learn, maybe with the leave of court, of course, maybe you can request the gentleman there to show us his name. Because I can see he's in uniform. Excuse me? You can stand up, sir. I can't hear you properly.
I don't have my name tag on today.
Oh, you
It's a new jacket and a new shirt as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you. No, unfortunately, he says he does not have his name tag on today.
Umbeli-ke uyacela ukuthi-ke mhlawumbe-ke noma mangabe inkantolo izomvumela ukuthi-ke le phoyisa leli elikhona khona la ekhoti-ke egqoke nayo uniform-ke lisikhombise ukuthi-ke layo magama lakhulunywa ngayo amagama manjani-ke uphoyisa uyabeka ukuthi-ke namhlanje ijakhethi ayigqokile nesheti ayigqokile-ke zintsha-ke azinalo-ke igama.
Now, when Mr. Sibiya says the person who actually visited him did not have his name tag, he did not have his name on him. In the context of what has just happened now, would he be on the wrong?
I've already stated that that amounts to misconduct.
Yes.
It means that from the parade or from the inspection made by the relief commander,
Yes.
he should have done something on the member concerned who is not in compliance.
Thank you. Let me,
Manje-ke,
okay.
uma-ke uSibiya-ke manje naye esho ukuthi-ke ngalosuku lolo-ke iphoyisa leli elenza kuyena-ke belinganagama-ke masibheka lokho oqeda ukwenzakala manje inkantolo ungathi-ke mhlawumbe Sibiya wenze iphutha na uthi-ke ufakazi-ke ngishilo ngaphambili ngathi-ke kuyicala-ke iphoyisa livele-ke linganayo-ke igama ngoba-ke suka lapha eparade lapha station commander befuneka kube khona kwenzayo uma ebona ukuthi lelo phoyisa leli-ke alinalo igama-ke i-uniform.
So it does happen that on some occasions, members would probably forget to put on their names, or for one reason or the other, they would not have their names on with them, not so?
Yes, but if it might happen, that amounts to misconduct examination.
Manje-ke kodwa-ke uthi-ke umzali-ke mnisi ukuthi-ke kodwa kuyenzeka mhlawumbe ukuthi-ke iphoyisa-ke lize-ke linganagama mhlawumbe likhohliwe noma-ke kube khona mhlawumbe izizathu ezithize ezenza ukuthi-ke igama-ke lingabi khona-ke uthi yebo kwenzeka kodwa ngike ngasho ngathi-ke kuyicala ukuthi-ke iphoyisa-ke liqhamuke linganagama-ke.
Yeah, no, let's cut out this misconduct part of it because we're not here about conduct or misconduct. What I'm interested in is it does sometimes happen for various reasons that members would now and then show at work or be at work at a particular time when you look at them and they don't have their name tags or not so. It's a difficult one. Yeah, it's a difficult one.
Yeah.
But let me hasten, sir, to apologize to the gentleman. I did not want to put him on the spot. I thought probably he would assist us. That is my sincere apology, my lord. I never intended to put him on the spot. It was just a genuine.
Umthani mnisi-ke uthi-ke ngaphaphaphapheke uthanda ukuhlolisa kakhulu-ke kuyona iphoyisa la inkantolo namhlanje-ke ngoba yena ubecabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe-ke iphoyisa-ke lingakhona mhlawumbe lisize lisikhombise-ke le ndaba yamagama-ke exhoseke nasenkantolo ukuthi osenkantolo cha bengazimiselanga ukuthi-ke ngaze ngimbeke kubonakala ukuthi naye kanayo lelo gama.
Thank you, sir. I think this is the last one. Now, on the basis of all that which you were requested to confirm on record as being in line with what the standard operating, what did I call it? The standard one? The standing orders are saying, it is not so that at all material times there will be compliance with those standing orders by members of the force, not so. Again, it's a difficult one, not so. Thank you, sir.
Uyabeka lokhu umntwana omnisi ke kodwa ke masosiya ke ngendlela obeka ngayo ukuthi ke khona ke indlela ke ebekiwe emeni ukuthi ke ilandele ke akusho ukuthi ke manje ngaso sonke isikhathi ke amaphoyisa ke azohambisana noma enze ngale ndlela leyo ke aphinda athi futhi ke ngiyabona ke ngibuzwa ngathi unzima ke lo.
Thank you, sir, for your assistance. I must be very sincere with you. You have been a very honest person. You were not partisan. You gave this court straight and forward answers. That will be my argument at the end of the case. Thank you, sir. Thank you, my lord. I've got no further questions.
Thanks. Any questions?
I have no questions.
Okay, is that the end of the Colonel's evidence? Okay. Thanks, sir, for your assistance.
Thank you, my lord.
The other day I asked you, where are you from?
I'm from Matox, my lord.
Where is that?
It's in Limpopo.
I'm your chief, that's why I was asking. Ke kgosi ya gago, o ba botse.
Okay, my lord.
Yeah. Okay, what are we doing tomorrow?
As the court pleases, madam, we've got two other witnesses tomorrow.
Is that so? Okay, fine, thanks. Let's adjourn then until tomorrow.